Tere hommikust kõigile! Good morning to everyone! Ja tere tulemast alustama meie konverentsi teist tööpäeva, mis loodetavasti on sama sisukas kui oli esimene. Welcome to join us to the second day of our conference. And it's a great honor and pleasure for me to introduce the first plenary speaker of the day, Professor of Language Teaching Methodology at the University of Modena and Reggio Emilia in Italy, Gabriele Pallotti. Professor Pallotti is a key person in the European Second Language Association, Eurosla. He is a member of the Eurosla Executive Committee, the editor of the Eurosla Studies, former Eurosla monograph series, and a member of the editorial board of the Eurosla yearbook. With his colleagues, Professor Pallotti organized the wonderful Eurosla conference in 2010 in Reggio Emilia. It was also my first Eurosla conference. And I remember this very well. And in the opinion of many colleagues, it is largely due to Gabriele, among other colleagues, that Eurosla has developed into such a professional, friendly, open, and democratic organization as it is. Professor Pallotti has played a central role in founding and developing the SLATE network, a European research network of 12 universities, including researchers working at the intersection of SLA and language testing. For many years, he has been a member of the SLATE steering committee. And it could be possible that Professor Pallotti's plenary talk was inspired by the research coming out of SLATE. Among several projects he is or was involved in, there are two very interesting projects, both dealing with the teaching of how to cook and speak in a new language. It was the European Digital Kitchen or Langcook, followed by Lingua Quazen. Professor Pallotti's main research interests include L2 interaction and socialization, interlanguage morphology, methodology, and epistemology in applied linguistics, cross-cultural and intercultural conversations, and discourse analysis. His work stands out for its theoretical and empirical breadth and depth. Very noteworthy is the fact that he has published a great deal of his work in Italian, in addition to publishing in the usual international English language outlets. In his plenary talk today, he will deal with one of the crucial issues in second language acquisition, particularly with morphologically rich languages like Estonian and Finnish, assessing morphological complexity. Gabriele, we are very happy to have you here in Tallinn, and please join me in welcoming Professor Pallotti.
Thank you very much, Anne-Catherine, for this very nice introduction. Thank you, everybody, for being here, for inviting me. It's such a pleasure. After 3 years, we made it, finally. So I think we're all very happy to be here and to talk to one another. So the topic of my talk today is morphological complexity. And I will tackle it from different perspectives, theoretical, methodological, and also educational. So this is an outline of my talk. I will first start by defining linguistic complexity in general. Then I will move on to morphological complexity more specifically and how it can be assessed and compared across languages, different texts, and different learners. Then I will question the assumption that the more complexity, the better. That seems to be rather widespread in both research and teaching. And I will conclude with some implications for teaching and with the concept of appropriate complexity. Complexity is part of a famous triad in second language acquisition SLA studies. So in SLA studies, we've been discussing these three main constructs: complexity, accuracy, fluency, CAF, for the past decades. And they are seen as an improvement over a traditional view of language acquisition just in terms of accuracy. So the traditional view sees second language acquisition just as a matter of reducing the number of errors. Okay, so producing fewer errors, that's the end of the story. With this triad, we are trying to capture the fact that second language learning is multidimensional. So indeed, there is an aspect that is accuracy, reducing the number of errors, but it's also important to increase your fluency and your complexity. That is, the complexity of your linguistic system. It is also important, and this has been neglected until recent years, it is also important to remember that we also need to learn to be more adequate, more functionally adequate in our second language. As regards complexity, some common questions are, what is linguistic complexity to begin with? And can we define it and measure it? Are some languages more complex than others? This used to be a taboo question until a few decades ago. We used to all follow the equi-complexity dogma, as it has been called. You know, it would have been seen as racist to some extent to say that this language is less complex than another. Nowadays, language typologists do ask this question, and it's not forbidden anymore. If we admit that some languages are more complex than others, then is it true that more complex languages are more difficult to learn? And coming to second language acquisition, does a second or an additional language grow more complex as one learns it? So, as you can see, complexity is a key notion in SLA research, and it's also a fascinating topic for dinner table conversations. However, given that it's so fascinating complexity, it has come to have too many meanings. And this is not good for a scientific construct. We want scientific construct to be as univocal as possible. The three main meanings of complexity that have been around are, first of all, structural complexity. That is, the complexity of text and linguistic systems. So it's a formal, objective property of linguistic objects like systems and text, okay? And this is the only sense of complexity that I will use. I will restrict complexity to this first sense only. Many people, however, call complexity also something that I would call difficulty. That is, the processing cost associated with using some structures that are more or less complex. I would say that these complex structures are more or less complex from a structural point of view, but they're more or less difficult from a cognitive point of view. And related to this is the issue of developmental complexity. Some people say that structures are more complex if they are learned or acquired later. Again, I would like to avoid this confusion and say that these are more developed, more advanced structures, rather than saying that they are more complex. Why am I so picky as regards terminology? Because if we use the same term for these three different constructs, we may end up saying things like complex structures are often more complex and complex, by which we mean that complex structures, structurally, are often more difficult and acquired late. Or we may end up saying that this structure is complex because it's complex and complex, which sounds like a tongue twister, whereas it's much more perspicuous to say that this structure is acquired late because it is complex and difficult. So if we want to study the relationships among these different constructs, then we should better call them by different names. So I repeat, for me, complexity is just structural complexity. So what is structural complexity? In a linguistic system, in language, structural complexity is the number of different elements and their interconnections in a text or a linguistic system, which both together produce a longer description of the text or the system's structure. Okay, so it's a purely formal matter, and this resonates with definition of complexity in general philosophical terms like this by Rescher. It's a matter of the number and variety of an item's constituent elements and of the elaboratedness of their interrelational structure, be it organizational or operational. Another qualification is that we have to distinguish between the complexity of a whole linguistic system, like a whole language. We may speak of the complexity of Italian, Estonian, German, English, etc., and the complexity of a specific text. When we look at acquisition data, we don't have the full system. We can infer the learner's system only by looking at their text. So by looking at how a child or a second language learner produces a certain language, we can make some inferences as to their underlying linguistic system, how many paradigms are there, how many inflections are there on the verb, etc. But it's not like comparing linguistic systems that have published grammars. I can open up a grammar of Estonian and a grammar of Italian and then count how many inflections are theoretically possible in these two languages. But even if you compare native speakers, they will never use the full theoretical array of possibilities. So text complexity will always be different from system complexity. Now, let's focus on morphological complexity. And at the system level, for example, many people would argue that Estonian, for example, the nominal morphology of Estonian, many people would argue that it is more complex than that of English. English is just, add S to the lexical root with a handful of exception, and that's it. That's the end of the story for a nominal morphology in English. In Estonia, as far as I can understand from published sources, it seems to be quite a more complicated and hence more complex matter. Why do we study morphological complexity? Why do we do morphological complexity research? Well, the first aim is to study its development over time in first and second language acquisition, and also possibly in language impairment situation. Because it has been shown that children with specific language impairment have different morphological developments. So if we are able to quantify and measure morphological complexity, this might constitute a possible tool for profiling typical and atypical development. In second language acquisition, we are also interested in looking at how linguistic complexity varies across tasks. So different communicative tasks like writing an essay, discussing about a project, making a decision, making a telephone call, do they all require the same level of morphological complexity? Can we measure the difference in morphological complexity across different communicative tasks, for example? This also resonates with more general questions about stylometry, for example, or comparative corpus linguistics. Are the levels of morphological complexity the same in different corpora by different authors, for example, in different text genres? And finally, this can also be used to assess text difficulty. More morphological complexity might lead to more difficulty in comprehension. Now, morphological complexity has been defined in the past. The first studies in the 80s, 90s, when computers were not so readily available, they relied on very simple counts. So, for example, how many different tensed forms are present in the text, or the number of different verb forms, or the variety of past tense forms. So, they don't seem to be a really systematic approach to studying morphological complexity. And they also suffer from this limitation of being based on raw counts, so number of. And we all know that the number of something is dramatically affected by text length. So longer text will have a higher number of all these things. So these early measures were unsatisfactory under many respects. In first language acquisition studies in the last 20 years or so, two proposals have been made that overcome this difficulty and so try to compute morphological complexity regardless of text length. they both rely on an analogy with lexical complexity. So a standard definition of lexical complexity is in terms of diversity. So it's basically the type token ratio, which we know it's strongly affected by text length, and these measures are attempts at reducing text length effect. But the logic is the logic of type token ratio. That is, we can say that a text containing the words talk, write, and drink is lexically more complex than a text containing talk, 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 3 repetitions of the same type, but also text containing talk, talkings, talking, and talks, which are morphological variants, but they are 3 repetitions of the same lexical item. So in morphology, we do the reverse, that is a text containing talk, talking, and talks, that is 3 different morphological forms, is morphologically more complex than one containing talking, talking, and talking, but also one containing talking, writing, and drinking, which are 3 different lexemes, so more varied lexically, but more monotonous morphologically, because there are 3 repetitions of the same morphological operation. Now, to reduce the effects of text length, a common practice is that of using a standardized type token ratio, that is, looking at the type token ratio in standardized samples of the same length. And that is a way of addressing the problem of text length. So Richards and Malvern proposed this index, inflectional diversity, which is based on their famous index D. If you work on language acquisition, you probably know about D. It's one of the first indices of lexical diversity that explicitly addresses the problem of text length. So what they do is to calculate D, that is this lexical diversity, on inflected word forms, then calculating it on lemmas, the underlying lemmas, the lexical units, and then subtract one from the other. And the difference is inflectional diversity. So the assumption is if you have the same quantity of lemmas and word forms, then there's not much inflection going on. If the 2 values are very different, then it means that the few lemmas appear in many word forms. It's an ingenious approach, but it suffers from the fact of the strong dependency of inflectional diversity on lexical diversity. So if a text is very varied from a lexical point of view, then automatically its inflectional diversity will decrease. So it's a sort of derived measure, and it's not really proper. And also, as Santos and Gillis have shown, inflectional diversity is quite sensitive to sample size with samples smaller than 200 words, which is a quite common figure for language acquisition studies. So this is why Santos and Gillis proposed a new measure, which is the normalized mean size of paradigm. And it's really a version of the standardized type token ratio. That is, they take subsamples of 50 words, they look at the number of different inflections in those 50 words, and then average these values across subsamples, okay? The problem is that if you take subsamples of 50 words, if you take words as the denominator, you may have, for example, if you want to look at the diversity of verbs, verb inflections, in a sample of 50 words, you may have more or fewer verbs. And so it's not completely reliable. It's also dependent on the density of a certain word class in a text, in the sample. Also, it's clearly sensitive to sample size. And Santos and Gillis, in different articles, sometimes they use a sampling window of 50 words. In other cases, they use a sampling window of 500, which makes, of course, studies quite difficult to compare. And this is why I proposed my own measure of morphological complexity, which is part of what I call the simple approach to linguistic complexity. That is, simple approach means very few measures. Too many measures have been around for calculating complexity, and this is a difficulty for language acquisition research. So I'm proposing to focus on just a few selected measures, and one of these measures is the morphological complexity index, which is calculated with a 2-step procedure. The first consists in linguistic analysis, and the second in mathematical analysis. Now, the linguistic analysis, of course, varies from language to language. So everybody has to do it in their own language. I have given some general guidelines for some of the languages I know and that can be applied generally, but we may disagree on that. And so the linguistic analysis requires linguists, requires linguistic reflection and linguistic decisions that need to be made explicit. I'll be very fast on this. There's an online tool, a website, allowing you to calculate morphological complexity, where we also give more detailed explanations regarding our choices. Now, in general, when we talk about inflection, and I will focus on inflection only, I won't talk about derivational morphology, we say that an inflected word form results from a lexical base to which a morphological process is applied. This morphological process is also called its exponents. So the form of the morphological process, the exponents of morphological exponents, changing the base into an inflected word form. Sometimes this process is concatenative, as in English. Just add S, book, books. Sometimes it's more complicated. For example, in German, the plural of Buch is concatenative, add R, but also umlaut, the base vowel. So it's a concatenative and non-concatenative process. In Arabic and other Semitic languages, this non-concatenative process is quite widespread. So changing the basis vowels, it's very common. So the point is identifying these processes in order to be able to count them. This is, for example, my operationalization for English. One process, as you can see, is zero. So don't change the base at all. What used to be called the zero morph, you will notice that I'm not using the word morpheme, which in current morphology has been questioned several times. I'm talking about processes and operations, which is more, I think, more appropriate. But in any case, just do nothing can be seen as a process or operation. Then these are concatenative processes, like append a suffix. And then there are all these sorts of possible inflectional processes that are more introflective, etc. We may discuss whether they are productive processes, whether they are lexical, whether they are grammatical. This would open a huge area for discussion, of course. I treat them, I don't draw a boundary between, these are lexical, these are grammatical processes. So I treat them all as grammatical. Even the most fixed, even the most rigid and lexicalized, probably, transformation are treated as grammatical for reasons that I don't have time now to explain. Another decision that needs to be taken is whether you want to count the repertoire of morphological forms, that is exponences, or whether you want to calculate the form-function relationship. So, for example, in German, many words end with N. Okay, this N may mean several different things. Even restricting to the verb, it may mean first plural present indicative, but also third plural present indicative. It also may mean infinitive. And then if we go to noun and adjective morphology, it means many other things. So, do we record just N, the form, or do we record these different arrays, these different combinations of form and morphological function? I would argue that at least for language acquisition research, we should stick to the form only. Because it's really difficult. If you've ever done interlanguage analysis, you know how difficult it is to say that a given form in an interlanguage carries these meanings. Is it just present? Is it just present habitual? Is it present habitual first person? Oftentimes we find that a form, we don't know exactly what it means. So it would be really questionable for every single form to say how many meanings are carried by it. So in general, I don't do it, but it's certainly possible. Again, as I said, linguistic analysis is up to the researcher. Another thing that I'm pretty clear about is that we're looking at interlanguage morphology, and we need to keep complexity and accurate apart. That is, if I find things like they finds, they finded, she find, and things like that, I just count these exponents as if they were perfectly regular and correct, because I don't want to mix up accuracy and complexity. So using these exponents increases the system's complexity, regardless of the fact that they're accurate or not. If I want to do an accuracy analysis, then I will count the number of errors, and of course, these are all errors. Okay? But if I look at complexity, it's the complexity of an interlanguage system. Sometimes it's difficult to say. For example, when you find these more or less invented word forms like committee, certainly it's a form of the word commit. But do we analyze as commit with an idiosyncratic suffix e, or do we analyze it with as a verb commit with 0? In these cases, sometimes you just leave them out. You don't calculate the complexity in these cases. Now, once you've arrived at your decisions as regards the different exponencies, then you submit them to mathematical analysis, which, as I said, is a variation on the theme of type-token ratio. In our case, we take sets of exponencies, so not words like Santos and Gilles. So we randomly sample from the text a number of exponencies. We compare two sub-samples, and we look at both the diversity within the sample and across the samples. And then, with a little bit of maths, you arrive at the final score, which for MC10, which means morphological complexity calculated on samples of 10 exponencies each, the theoretical range goes between 0 and 19. Okay, so in the studies I'm going to present in a minute, remember that the range, the scale is between 0 and 19. Okay. As I said, there's an online complexity analyzer, which you can find on, if you just Google morphological complexity tool or morphological complexity analyzer, the page by Václav Brezina. It's my colleague at Lancaster who developed this tool. So you just paste your text here. You can also batch process a number of texts. And you get an analysis of the verb exponencies. For nouns, we're still working at it. It's all work in progress, so very sketchy at the moment. Right now, we have Italian, German, and English that have been relatively well tested. We have also implemented the Spanish and French that are sort of working with some bugs and issues, but you can try, you can have a try. And what's nice is that you can always download a spreadsheet file like this with all the exponencies here as they were extracted, and you can manually correct the output. So either because there were factual mistakes by the automatic procedure, or because there are theoretical issues that you don't like our way of analyzing English or German or whatever, then you're free to edit these exponencies and then re-upload them and subject them to mathematical analysis. So this is what you get. This is an example of a text with morphological complexity of verbs 4.1, and this is 7.8. As you can see, there are many more different verbs. They are highlighted in red. And these are all the exponencies that were extracted from this text. Now, I'm going to present a few studies where we have used this morphological complexity index. The first one is a comparative study, so it's not about acquisition, it's about comparing different languages and different text types or genres. The data come from English, German, and Italian, and we looked at parallel versions of 6 different texts, widely ranging in terms of genre and register. So the first is the descriptor scales of the Common European Framework. The second is a fairy tale, Little Red Riding Hood. The third is a political essay by Chomsky. The fourth are the first 2 chapters of Marx's Gospel, which are a classic in typological comparative research. And the fifth is a European Union press release, and the sixth comes from the European Union to its technical report. So a variety of different text types. Now, the results, here they are grouped by text. Okay, so these are the 3 languages for each text. And as you can see here, this is the Common European Framework, and it has the lowest morphological complexity scores in all 3 languages. Clearly, this is the column for English, Okay, this is English, this is German, and this is Italian. So you clearly see that English is less complex than German and Italian. But you also see that some texts are more complex in all languages. So for example, the Gospel of Mark, those two chapters, they have a higher morphological complexity, like Little Red Riding Hood, for example, also has a very high score on morphological complexity in all three languages. You can see the same results, just shuffling them around. In this case, we group them by language. So this is German, this is English, and this is Italian. And again, here it shows even better that, of course, for English, the morphological complexity values tend to be lower in all texts. Also, even in English, there is quite some variation between one text and another. What's interesting, in my opinion, is that German has a very wide range of variation. So there are some texts in German that are morphologically very simple and some that are morphologically very complex. Italian, on the contrary, is complex across the board, so to speak. So even the simplest texts in Italian that are the same texts that are simpler in other languages, but even those tend to have pretty high baseline levels of morphological complexity. So this shows that, of course, morphological complexity varies across languages, as we have already known, so it's not forbidden anymore to say that English is a morphologically simple language, because it is objectively so. But it's also interesting to note that within the same language, different text types lead to different values of morphological complexity. And this is a point that we'll return to in the conclusions. Now, let's look at language acquisition, okay? And these are studies that I did with Václav Brezhnev, my colleague who developed the tool, and that have appeared in second language research. The first study is on morphological complexity in L2 Italian. We looked at argumentative essays written by university students. These were Dutch university students learning Italian as a foreign language, okay? So for these, we calculated morphological complexity, also syntactic and lexical complexity, and we also had available a C-test, that is a general indication of lexical proficiency, but it can also be taken as a general indication of linguistic proficiency overall. Based on the results of the C-test, that is lexical and general proficiency, we grouped learners, non-native speakers, we group them into two groups: non-native speakers with high scores, the highest 50%, and non-native speakers with the lowest scores, the lowest 50% of scores, and these are native speakers. So as you can see, learners with higher proficiency scores, they score exactly like the native speakers. So they reach a sort of ceiling whereby their morphological complexity does not grow anymore, and it reaches the same point as native speakers. Whereas students with lower scores, so less proficient students, tend to use a smaller range of morphological inflections. This is clearer also in correlational analysis. Here we correlated morphological complexity with, in this case, it's lexical complexity. Okay, so a standardized type token ratio of the lexemes. And here again, you see that learners with higher morphological complexity scores also tend to use a more varied vocabulary. So they have more lexical diversity. And the same, learners with higher morphological complexity scores tend to produce longer sentences and more syntactically complex constructions. The correlation is even clearer when it comes to correlating morphological complexity and proficiency. So there's a very strong and positive correlation between the more you are proficient, the higher your morphological complexity score. Now, let's turn to English. So it's a parallel study. So here, too, we have argumentative essays written by university students. In this case, they are Italian learners of English at university. Now, as I said here, unfortunately, we don't have the proficiency score. We only have lexical, syntactic, and morphological complexity. So what we get here is that non-native speakers, the learners, have exactly the same score as native speakers. Interestingly, there's more variation, even though the corpus is slightly smaller, there's more variation in native speakers in the use of morphology, which is really striking because normally native speakers constitute a more homogeneous population than learners. And in this case, although the mean and the median are practically the same, there's more spread with native speakers. And when it comes to correlations, as you can see, the correlation is virtually nil between morphological complexity and lexical diversity, or morphological complexity and syntactic complexity. So what does this mean? It means that when you reach a certain level, and with English morphology, you reach that level pretty soon, because there is not so much morphology to learn in English. When you reach that level, then using more or less complex morphology, syntax, and lexis is largely a matter of individual preference, I would say. It's not directly correlated with your being more or less proficient, for example. We know from stylometry, for example, that authors, literary authors, some like to use more complex and some like to use simpler syntax, and it doesn't have to do with their proficiency, of course, but it's a stylistic choice. I think that every one of us can make the same choice, and so it's more a matter of variation once you reach a certain level. Which leads me to the final points, that is interpreting complexity. Now, there are many studies that do report the fact that, like we saw in Italian, more advanced learners tend to produce more complex language. Teachers also seem to be worried that the students produce more complex language, and especially when we teach writing, we always teach, try to make your sentences more complex. This is so simple. We have units teaching the T unit, how to subordinate more, etc., how to avoid simple paratactic structure, etc. So there seems to be a general consensus that more complex is better. But is it always the case? Is it always true? There are a few studies questioning this assumption. Douglas Biber is probably one of the most influential writers that question this assumption. In a series of corpus studies, he showed that, at least for English, it's not true what many second language acquisition studies have assumed, that is, more complexity, more advanced levels equal to more subordination. He says that in good English academic prose, there isn't that much subordination. Complexity shows more at the level of phrases. Good English academic prose consists of more complex embedded phrases, but not so much on subordination. So it's not more complexity, it's a different type of complexity that students have to acquire when they learn to write academic English. Similarly, and again remaining in the domain of syntax, Ortega and Norris Ortega said the same a few years before Biber, that is, initially complexity increases as coordination, then it increases in terms of subordination, and finally it increases in phrases, phrasal complexification. A study by Nippold et al. In first language acquisition found that kids and young adults between 11 and 29, they don't show an increase in subordination ratio. So the proportion of subordinate clauses remains the same across this relatively wide age span, but the type of subordinate clauses changes. So younger kids tend to prefer nominal clauses like I think that, and more advanced writers prefer relative clauses. And this was replicated by Lambert and Nakamura for L2 learners. Again, beginner L2 learners tend to use many nominal clauses, while advanced learners use more adverbial and relative clauses. So, as I said, it's not a matter of more subordination, but different types of subordinate clauses. Text cohesion. At school, we are often very eager to teach text connective, in fact, because, therefore, nonetheless, etc. And students pick it up, and so they fill up their essays with these connectives. Well, Crossley and others found that younger L1 writers, and also those receiving lower scores of text quality, tended to use more cohesive devices, whereas better writers tend to use fewer of them and produce more complex phrases. That is, a good writer doesn't need to fill their text with explicit connectives, but with carefully constructed phrases, reaches the same results more effectively. Even in the lexicon, we think that more sophisticated words, rarer words, are a sign of more advanced language use, which is true in many cases. It's true. I'm not saying that all research is wrong, but you know, there are some caveats. It's not always like that. So yes, there is a general tendency for people that use more sophisticated, rarer words to receive higher scores. But for example, Durrant and Brancher in a large longitudinal study of children's writing from primary to middle school, they found that younger children using the first language do use low-frequency nouns. They use the nouns they hear, for example, in their bedtime stories, like cauldron, the fairy, a hideout, wisp, etc. But they tend to repeat them more often. So they use a specialized vocabulary, especially if you take, as a reference corpus, you take the BNC or the COCA or whatever, you don't find fairy as a very common word there. And so if you use those reference corpora, you may end up thinking that children are very sophisticated language users. And so learning a new language seems to involve decreasing complexity. Now, can we say these studies all show that it's a matter of different types of complexity? Can we even say that less complexity is better? This has been stated theoretically by Lambert and Kormosch, for example, who write, it is frequently the case that expert speakers and writers express complex ideas more simply than novices. This is not due to the availability of linguistic resources, but rather to practice mastery in efficient and effective message formation. I think I agree. I mean, I know that some of you are working, for example, on a simple vocabulary of Estonian or a vocabulary of simple Estonian, whatever. And they know how hard it is to write simply. So we know that it takes great linguistic skills to choose simple words and to get the message across with simple words, etc. So it's not automatically a sign of incompetence. Now, I'm not aware of studies empirically showing that less complexity may be better, except for this one that I'm working on. It's currently work in progress. It's syntactic complexity and discourse appropriateness in L1 and L2 Italian, and this is the last study I'm going to present. It's quite a unique corpus. It's not big. We have 12 non-native speakers and 10 native speakers, but it's unique in that firstly, it's longitudinal. We follow the same students for 4 years in a row, and they are intermediate to advanced learners of Italian in high schools. There's a native speakers control group. And over these 4 years, another unique feature of this corpus is that every year they perform a variety of different communicative tasks. So it's not just small 10-minute samples that are usually collected. We collect about 2 hours of interlanguage per learner every year. And finally, the novelty is among these tasks, there are some phone calls. So learners have to make some phone calls to real stores, real travel agents to get information. Now, I will present only the data regarding syntactic complexity. Okay, so this is the phone call opening, how these girls open a phone call. This is a native speaker, okay, and look at how she begins her phone call. Mojito Viaggi, that's a travel agency, and Valentina says, good evening, yes. I'd like to ask you information, okay, we don't edit mistakes and anything. Yes, to London, yes, a class of views, something inexpensive that's available. So, as you can see, these are very, very simple syntactic units. Short clauses, phrases, even fragments are expressed too. And so she gradually arrives at her request, producing these very short syntactic bits. Let's look at the learner. This is Shirley, the first year, the learner. Good evening. Now, we are a group of 4 friends who would like to go on a trip to London. So we wanted to ask the price of the plane and the schedule. You see, this is the typical long sentence T-unit that in second language acquisition study would score very higher on complexity, okay? But it sounds quite inappropriate in this context. Let's look at another learner. She goes straight to the point, and it's quite inappropriate too. Good morning, I need the information to go to Barcelona. Okay, so I need the information to go. So it's long, it's syntactically complex, but it's inappropriate. Quantitative analysis shows that this is the native speaker's reference level, and as you can see, the native speaker's subordination level is the lowest, both in terms of subordination proper here and also the number of clauses per main unit, okay? And these are the learners over the 4 years, and you can see a clear decrease from year 1 to subsequent years. So these girls, and we didn't teach them, of course, but just by being 1 more year in Italy, they learn how to decomplexify their language, how to decrease their complexity, and so they converged more with native speakers' behavior. So this at least is one case where telephone calls, the more you increase your interactional proficiency, the less you have to syntactically complexify. Now, let me close rapidly with this notion of appropriate complexity. Nowadays, measuring complexity is not a problem. There are many tools available online. Ours is just one. It's probably one of the simplest. There are tools allowing you to calculate hundreds of complexity measures. The problem is interpreting it. How do we do with these measures? We need to interpret complexity in terms of functional adequacy. What is adequate? What is appropriate complexity? And Biber too says that there are numerous grammatical devices associated with complexity, and so text can be complex in very different ways, in addition to being complex to different extent. So what is appropriate, for example, we've seen for an academic paper may not be appropriate for a telephone call. What is an appropriate level of complexity for German may not be appropriate for Italian or for English, right? We will look at the morphology, but think about syntax. Also think of the studies in contrastive rhetoric. Different languages and cultures have different preferences. So what Biber says, good English academic prose is made of very short, simple clauses and sentences may not hold. It certainly does not hold for Italian. I know that it doesn't hold for German very well either. And there's Spanish. There are studies showing that, for example, academic prose in Spanish is much more complex than English. How do we know? How do we measure appropriate complexity? There may be 2 main avenues. One is measuring complexity in top language performers, which certainly include native speakers. I call them top language performers because they might not be native speakers necessarily. There are some very proficient users of a language who are not native speakers. But anyway, several studies, including my own, have included a native speakers control group. Or we can also look at the complexity levels that are associated with high-quality ratings, so the texts that receive the higher scores. What are the pedagogical implications of all this? Okay, we don't need, when we teach a foreign language, we don't have to take the academic essay as the gold standard, as if good writing and speaking should always conform to that ideal. There is variation, there is a variation of different texts, etc. Rather than teaching complexity, I think this is the bottom line, we should teach appropriateness to task, to register, and to situation. This is an interesting study by Wiklund in Sweden. She looked at the complexity of interviews, oral informal interviews, which is a relatively informal, unstructured genre, and written academic text. And what she found was that, you see, native speakers, the difference is smaller, this is clearer here, in beginner learners. Okay, the difference between the 2 genres, that is the interview and the academic essay, they use more or less the same level of complexity. Whereas top language performers, native speakers in this case, they have a bigger difference between the 2. That is, what needs to be learned is variation. It's not complexity per se, because in some cases you have to increase complexity, in some cases you have to decrease it. Another metaphor that can be used is the language space. This is a slide that I often show to my students. It's by an Italian linguist showing, you know, all the dimensions of variation in a social linguistic space. We know about that. The idea of a good language education is, I think, to equip students to move, to be at ease within this language space, and so to travel across all dimensions rather than just, you know, focusing on the top left dimension of high academic writing. And finally, given that there is no shortage of tools for analyzing complexity, at least for English. For other languages, the situation is much more complicated, but for English, at least, there are so many tools available. Why not ask students to do their complexity analysis? That is, to become aware of the different complexity levels of different languages, of different genres and text types. And for today's students from middle school onwards, it's not a problem at all to use these text analysis tools. And so rather than, you know, providing us the ideal, the optimal level of complexity, people should become aware of their individual preferences, because as we saw, even within native speakers, there is individual stylistic variation. They should become aware of their preferences and the differences across languages and text types. And that's it. And now the floor is yours. Thank you.
So interesting and relevant talk. And now we have about 10 minutes for questions and comments and discussion.
Yes. Thank you for the talk. Are there any purely quantitative measures of complexity, something that would not require linguistic analysis at all, like simply calculating the information content of a character stream or something?
Juola and then Eret and Srechani, they used compression algorithms, for example. So, you know, when you zip a file, and to make it smaller, you zip a text file. That relies on information theoretical compression algorithms, so that if there is more repetition in a text, then the compression rate will be higher. If there's less repetition in the text, it will be lower. Okay. Some claim this is an advantage because, you know, it's agnostic to any linguistic theoretical reason. Some say it's a disadvantage precisely because of the same reasons. That is, it's a black box. You don't really don't know. Although these people, ingeniously, they manipulate the text. So in order to see what type of complexity contributes to this compression rate, for example, they distort some words. So they artificially delete the endings. They delete some syllables, etc., etc., which should affect the morphological or the lexical component, and comparing the compression rate. I mean, it's a complicated matter to explain here, but by doing these purely formal, non-linguistic manipulation, but linguistically inspired, I would say, they try to see how this type of approach allows one to compute complexity. And again, languages that are notoriously complex from a morphological point of view, like German or Russian, etc., they do show the same results. They confirm this assumption, even with these very crude mathematical methods. So yes, it is possible. It's not widely followed, but it is possible.
Yeah.
If I may, I have another one.
Yeah.
The frequency distribution of words is well known to follow the power law or Zipf law. Does the same apply to the distribution of morphology? Or why I'm asking is that you only come up with a single digit a single measure for complexity. Would it not be conceivable that different languages or different texts or different users, writers, are different in that for some the curve is flatter than for the others? Like some use only one form and then an equal amount of rare forms. Some use the first three forms more frequently and the rare forms less frequently.
It's an interesting question. I've never thought about it in these terms. I think that the important difference is that the morphological lexicon, as it's called, it's much smaller than the lexical lexicon. Okay, so the lexical lexicon that conforms to Zipf's law, etc., is formed of hundreds of thousands of words, whereas with morphemes or operation or morphological units, even for the most complex languages, we are reaching a few dozens and things like that. So I'm not sure. Certainly there are some more frequent and less frequent morphological operation, I agree, like a certain type of, well, even the study on Estonia that I showed before by your colleague Viman and others, etc., they showed that some morphological processes in the corpus are attested much more frequently than others. Some inflectional classes, for example, we know that some inflectional classes are more productive than others, etc. So indeed, I'm not saying that all morphemes are equiprobable across the board. No, certainly not. I'm not sure if they follow Zipfian distribution. I should look at it. Yeah, it might be that some people, so it's not just diversity. So what I calculated so far is the diversity of morphological operations. What you are suggesting is that we calculate the frequency, the rarity. For lexical complexity, this is standard in language acquisition studies. You normally calculate the diversity within a text and the proportion of words of different frequencies. I'm not aware of anybody calculating the proportion of morphological operations with different frequencies, but it's an interesting approach. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. More questions? We have time for some more questions, not very long. Okay. Kas Zoomis on küsimusi? Zoomis võib kasutada chatti. Me tihti unustame Zoomi olijad ära. Yeah, please.
Thank you. It was a very fascinating talk and a lot of questions, but I'm just going to ask this one about this form-function relationship. And would you say it's more than related to cognitive complexity? If one morphological form has many different functions, and would you say it's easier for learners or native speakers as well to use these forms, or how does this play into this, I don't know, ease of production or something like this? Does it hinder, or does it make it more fluent because we don't care what the different functions are or something like this?
Okay, research on first language acquisition has repeatedly shown that morphological operation, or morphemes for short, that have more functions are less transparent, so they tend to be acquired later. This also has been shown for second language acquisition by Goldschneider and de Keyser. So if a morpheme expresses a certain number of different functions, it's difficult to make sense of it. So, but here, again, we must be careful with operational definitions, because for some people, acquired means used accurately. Okay, it's one criterion, so it's true. If a morpheme is polysemous, it expresses many different functions, then using it appropriately, that is accurately, it is difficult, because you need to learn all these semantic distinctions. Sometimes these semantic distinctions cross-cut lexical and syntactic distinctions, etc. So using a certain morphological operation accurately is difficult in those cases. But as you say, it might not be difficult to use the form. And actually, as you say, If a form is very frequent because it expresses many meanings, then I may notice it in advance. So if we change our acquisition criterion and we say that acquire means used, not used correctly, but used, in that case, it is simple. So yes, for example, are morphologically rich languages like Russian, Estonian, Italian easier or more difficult for children to acquire, or even for foreigners? English should be the easiest, okay, because there's so little to learn in terms of morphology. Okay, it's true. Accurate English morphology is acquired before accurate Russian morphology, for good reasons. But it's also true that people start using morphological processes in difficult languages before they use them in English. So the long phase in which they don't use morphology at all, it's much longer in English where they hardly notice the morphology. So in that sense, having a lot of morphology around you facilitates learning, but reaching the end point of using it perfectly, in a perfectly accurate way is much longer.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we should stop now and finish this very interesting discussion. Thank you, Gabriele, once again for this very fascinating talk.
Thank you.
Yes. And this, yeah.
Thank you.
There's a line between love and fascination that's so hard to see in an evening such as this. For they both give the very same sensation when you're lost in the magic of a kiss. Your lips are much too close to mine. Beware my foolish heart, but you, our eager lips combine. Then let the fire start. For this time it isn't fascination or a dream that will fade and fall apart. It's love.
Good later before noon. I am Liis and I am chairing this set of 4 exciting talks about teaching and acquiring language. The first presenter is Ulla Türk. She is a teacher of English language and culture and a program director in Tartu University. And she will speak about usefulness of various online tools for determining the CEFR level of English reading texts.
Thank you very much for the introduction. So my topic has been motivated by practical needs. So 2 kinds of needs. One, I as a teacher educator, very often get questions from teachers, how do I decide whether the text is suitable for my learners? What is simple, what is difficult? How do I choose text? And another perhaps more urgent need for me comes from my experience as language tester. And as I am have been working as a consultant to Estonian Year 9, Year 12 examinations for decades, since the very beginning. The question there is, again, how do we choose the texts that are suitable for the level of the learners, particularly as we claim that our examinations are related to Council of Europe levels. So I will then briefly start by talking about reading comprehension and the role of text complexity in reading comprehension. then introduce some text complexity measures, and then talk about the Common European Framework of Reference for Languages and text complexity, what we learn about text complexity in this document. And then briefly actually talk about my very, very short preliminary study into trying out different online available tools, free tools, and see how useful they are and whether it is possible to use one or another one of them to determine the text complexity of both teaching and testing texts. If you are only interested in the conclusions, I can say that I'm more confused after I carried out the study than I was to start with. So no firm conclusions at all. So why then talk about text complexity in teaching and testing? So I like this definitions of reading comprehension, which comes from the RAND model of reading comprehension, where then reading comprehension is defined as a process of simultaneously extracting and constructing meaning through interaction and involvement with written language. And this RAND model then talks about that the success of a reading comprehension process, or as it is sometimes referred to as reading outcome, then depends on three elements. A text itself, of course, the activity involved, and that is why I am reading, what is my purpose of reading this text, and then the reader. And this is all then situated in the social-cultural context. Here I think it is important to make a distinction between two terms that are around. One is then text complexity, and the other is text difficulty. Very often, students and teachers alike say that, well, this is a difficult text. I personally like then the way Cunningham and Mesmer distinguish between those two terms. And they argue then that text complexity is something which is inherent to the text itself. Features that can be measured, that can be analyzed, that can be assessed in some ways. Text difficulty, on the other hand, characterizes the challenge of this text for a particular reader in a particular situation. So text difficulty in that sense is partly, of course, dependent on text complexity, but it is also influenced by what I need to do with the text and myself, how good a reader I am, how good my language level is, and so on and so forth. And so what I'm talking about then today is text complexity measures, not text difficulty, because we all know that, for instance, in the examination, how easy or difficult a particular task is for a learner, test taker, doesn't only depend on the complexity of the text, but also what we need to do with this particular text. So generally, finding specific information from a text is easier than trying to understand nuances in a text, particularly humor, satire, things like that. So when we talk about the text complexity measures, then this is something which has been discussed a lot in the States with core standards. And usually we talk about then two dimensions of complexity. One, which is then called the qualitative dimension, which then includes those aspects of the text which are best measured by a human, still. Programs are getting better, but still very often they are best measured by humans. The meaning of the purpose of a text, the language conventionality and clarity, knowledge demands in particular, which determine how difficult the text might be for a particular person, whether they have the necessary knowledge to understand the text. And the quantitative dimensions then include those aspects that can be then measured by computer software. So things like word length, word frequency, sentence length, cohesion in the text, and so on and so forth. Now, when we think about text complexity and difficulty issues, then I would argue that in the States, until quite recently, the focus was on quantitative dimensions. And it's only in this century that they are kind of moving to looking at the qualitative dimensions of text complexity as well. And in Europe, the situation has been the opposite, that we have been more concerned with qualitative dimensions. Again, when we look at, for instance, the guidance that is given to language testers in how to apply the Common European Framework of Reference, then there usually are the kinds of things, structures mostly complex, mostly simple, vocabulary mostly frequent, mostly less frequent. And they have seen then as something for the test developers to evaluate, so to say, and not to measure. So in the States, then, the traditional way of looking at test complexity has been the readability then of the text, which has been then readability formulas. All kinds of formulas have been around since the middle of the 20th century. And what is meant by readability is how easy it is to read and understand a text, depending on its unique features. And perhaps the most popular, most widely used measures are Flesch reading ease and Flesch-Kincaid grade level, which both then use sentence length and word length as the measures that go into their complex formulas for calculating then readability. Now, one problem with readability is that this has been, the formulae have been developed for native speakers of English. Flesch measures have been translated, so to say, for other languages as well, so this, as those have been around for the longest time. But Flesch-Kincaid grade level in particular relates your ability to read to the American educational system, and says that the text is suitable for 8th graders, for instance. And so the question is how applicable it is for then second or foreign language learners. So a few words then about the Common European Framework of Reference for Languages levels. So the level descriptors then were created without reference to any specific language. So they are said to be then universal, should be then applicable to all languages. And this is, of course, in some ways an advantage, should help us compare then languages. At the same time, of course, this also causes problems because linguistically there are language-specific features then, which then each community investigates and records for themselves. And the question is the understanding of the levels kind of still uniform against different language, in different languages? And again, when we look at then language tests, then it seems to be that in some languages, people think the tests are easier than in other languages, although they are claimed to be at the same level. What you see here, then, this picture is the new way of actually describing the levels. which is different from the depiction that was in the document itself. So this new way is then in the new volume that it tries to explain and also expand the use of levels. And this depiction is, in my opinion, a good one in the sense that it demonstrates several things. First, that to be at a higher level of language competence, it means you also are able to do the lower level things, that the levels are embedded in each other, that they are not stacked on top of each other as the earlier depictions very often demonstrated. And it also demonstrates the fact that when language competence develops, then it becomes, yes, more accurate, but we also add to our repertoire. So it both then widens, broadens, and becomes more accurate. The problem, of course, is that the levels are too broad, very broad, and so, again, the interpretation is quite difficult. And here are then the descriptors from the overall reading comprehension scale, and I have highlighted the words which describe then the kinds of text people are able to read at different levels. So the top left-hand box has then A1 descriptor, where we talk about very short, simple text. Next to it is A2, short, simple text, highest frequency vocabulary. B1, straightforward factual text. And then suddenly here we talk about with a satisfactory level of comprehension, whatever that means. And then the B2 is actually the bottom right-hand box, which talks about different texts and purposes. C1 talks about in detail, lengthy, complex texts. And the only caveat is that they have to, provided they can reread difficult sections. And then the C2 level, we talk about abstract, structural, complex, highly colloquial, literary and non-literary writings. So this is just an indication that it's probably not very easy to see how those levels that the student can cope with at different levels, how those texts differ. So there have been then attempts and there have been some studies trying to then link the texts CFR at CFR level to readability formulae. And I have included here two things. The red CFR level then comes from LinguaPress EFL ESL website, where they then argue that the Flesch reading ease 90 to 100 would be A1 level, up to then the Flesch reading ease number below 50 would be then the C2 level. And next to it comes then some data from Khalifa and Ware's book on Cambridge reading tests, where they then looked at several years of Cambridge examinations and then calculated among other things, the Flesch reading ease for those tests. And when we compare then LinguaPress and Khalifa and Ware's study, we can see that there is a certain there is some similarity, but also we see that even in Cambridge examinations, it seems to be that, for instance, B1 and B2 had easier texts than B1, although they are very similar. And in the case of C1 and C2, again, they are very, very similar as to their readability. It's only clear that A2 reading text is much easier than the others. So I looked at 3 tools which are available. I I chose the ones which are free. Now, the problem with the first one, the text inspector, which is actually the most widely used tool and probably has most research behind it. It's not really free. You can analyze only a text up to the length of 250 words with it, free, and you don't get all the information, all the statistics. In order to get all the numbers, you need really to pay. CIFAR checker is then one of the advantages seems to be that it divides the CIFAR levels into 10 bands. So in theory, you get a more accurate measure. And text analyzer from the website Road to Grammar is a very simple, straightforward tool, which then says that they differ from readability formula in the sense that they add to then word and sentence length, also then what they call word complexity, and what they mean by word complexity is a position of the word in the list of 10,000 most frequent words in English. So as I thought, I'm running out the time, so I will say just 2 words about the text that I analyzed and then move to what I found. What I looked at then is our year 12 reading paper, which actually has 6 tasks in it, but 3 of them are grammar and vocabulary tasks, and only 3 are then reading comprehension tasks. And I looked at those reading comprehension tasks in actually 2 different examinations, but I have got here results for only one to make it simpler and more straightforward. Task 2 then, the tasks then come from 2021. Task 2 turned out to be not as easy as I thought, because the examination is supposed to be a bi-level one. And we would expect that this would be the easiest. The easiest was actually task 3. But again, this is probably due to the task type that was used. So in that sense, when looking at the complexity of a text itself, the question is then, is it more revealing? And what you can see there, what is in bold, is the only of the free texts where all the websites, well, programs, as well as the Flesch Kincaid seem to agree that text 3 really seems to be a kind of B-level, 2-level text. But in the case of the other texts, there seems to be quite a large disagreement between the two, the different sources. Particularly interesting is the CIFAR checker, which usually gives lower estimates. As I said, they are not the only texts I looked at than the others. But here, it seems for text 5, it thinks that it is actually the native speaker level, compared to the others, which text inspector call it B2+, and text analyzer a C1 level text. So, as I said, I have tried to look at some patterns and see whether there is some kind of way to explain those differences. I didn't have the time to go into what measures that different programs use, but again, till today, I haven't had then a way of systematizing this information and determining whether I could actually recommend one of those websites to the teachers, also for test developers, because our tasks are written by teachers themselves, and this is one of the issues very often, that they using their expert opinion, do not seem to be able to evaluate the text difficulty well enough for the text to be at a suitable level. And here are my references. And thank you.
Okay, we have time for 1 or 2 questions. Anyone?
Hi. I just want to ask, before you did this test, If you go back to the slide with different tools, yes. Now, did you select the level yourself, just like sort of your personal opinion before you consulted the tools?
In a way, yes, because as I said, I am a consultant, so I am one of the people who actually decides which tasks go into the examination. And we usually, we tend to think that as the reading paper has 6 tasks all in all, then the first one should definitely be B1. So task 2, I would have hoped to have been much easier than it turned out to be here, this text. So again, but again, it's task difficulty is a combination of text complexity and the task. And we have thought, and research also has shown, that multiple choice questions are usually easier for students to answer than experts think they are. And because task 2 is always a multiple choice, free option multiple choice task, this is why we have thought that it is probably easy for the students. But when we looked at the mean score of this particular year, then it turned out that it was actually quite the most difficult for students as well. So obviously here then our assumption that because it is multiple choice, it is easy, doesn't work. Perhaps the text is too difficult for a B1 level student, for instance.
Thank you. We have to move on now. The next speaker, yeah? The next speaker is Agu Pleive. He's a PhD candidate in University of Tartu, and he studies how Chinese students acquire Estonian. Please.
Thank you. So I would like to give a little insight into the research I have conducted about static spatial relations in Chinese and Estonian, and how native Chinese learners express those relations in Estonian. So my main research question was when and why Chinese native speakers have problems with Estonian spatial language. What kind of spatial relations are for them difficult to describe, which location words or suffixes they use, and which ones they don't use, and what is the part of the influence of their native language in it. And why I'm doing this research, because could facilitate teaching how to express spatial relations to native Chinese learners of Estonian, making the process more effective on the one hand, because of not losing too much time on unproblematic spatial relations for them, and on the other hand, being able to focus more time on relations that are confusing specifically for Chinese native speakers. Spatial recognition is on the one hand so central in human thinking, and on the other hand, there is so great variability of how spatial relations are expressed in different languages that the acquisition of spatial language in L2, in second language, in relation to learners' native language, can give some clues about language logic and how it impacts the acquisition of L2. And also there is practical need to be understood exactly when using spatial language and trying to describe some spatial relations, because it can easily be be misunderstood if using it unprecisely. And another aspect that spatial language is at least in some degree acquired in early phases of language acquisition, so learners of different kind of language level can participate in the research. You don't have to be advanced learner to be able to participate. And finally, the concreteness of spatial language makes it easier to compare the situation of Chinese learners of Estonian with other learners of Estonian who have different native languages. Next, I would like to present the theoretical basis of my research. I research mainly two kinds of spatial relations, support and containment. It is assumed that topological spatial expressions cover adjacent sections of a semantic space, which is thought of as ordered according to universal conceptual principles, so-called similarity space. Thus, for the spatial subdomain of topological relations, Melissa Bowerman and Sonia Choi, and also Stephen Levinson and Sergio Meira state that cross-linguistically concepts of topological spatial relations are ordered along the so-called in-on scale, which you can see also on the scheme there. At the one end of the scale, there are most prototypical support relations, in English on relations, like starting from the picture A. And at the other end, there are the most prototypical containment relations, as in the picture C. F, sorry, the last one. In the middle, there are relations where there is some kind of support, like, and it's supposed that the spatial relator is restricted to denoting only adjacent configurations of the scale. So if you have a word to describe the situations on picture A and B, then according to this scale, it can't be used for the picture D. This is the main idea. And also about a little short overview about means of expressing spatial relations in Chinese and Estonian. In Chinese, there are prepositions which are mainly derived from verbs. For example, yeah, there are many, but just one example, gay, which is has preposition to, for, but as verb it's to give. Then there are postpositions, which are mainly derived from nouns via reanalysis from location. Nouns, two most used Shang and Li, like on and in correspondingly. And also there are location nouns, Shangmian and Limian, for example, which are functioning also as nouns, like Shangmian is the top part of something and Limian is inside of something, but you can use them also to indicate location. And there is a lot of discussion about postpositions, if they are really postpositions or actually maybe nouns, but in my research it's not of big importance, so I'm just following the division according to Walter Paul. And in Estonian there are locative cases, postpositions and prepositions, and locative cases are divided into inner locative cases and outer locative cases, which both have static and dynamic variants. So there are altogether 6 of them. Now I try to put Estonian and Chinese onto this on scale, and got this kind of a result that as you can see in Chinese, Shang which is expressing the support relation, is covering all kind of support relations, and Li is reserved for containment relation, the last one. And in Estonian, it's more divided, the support relation, that there are first 3 relations. Situations are expressed with adhesive case or postposition peal, and for attachment there is another postposition küljes, and for attachment to the tip of something there is otsas. And similarly as in Chinese, for containment there is just inactive case or ses postposition. So there are some similarities, but also differences, that Estonian is dividing this scale more, and another way to depict this situation is that the Shang situation is this black box in the top of the scheme that you can see is covering many kind of relations, like attachment, contact, support, superadjacency, circumadjacency, and also even in some situations, containment, like for example, negative space. So it's quite universal. So yeah, you can see the differences, and probably assume already what could be the difficulties for Chinese speakers when they start to use the Estonian system. So to research this question, I conducted a research. Basically, the 2 last slides were the results of the pilot study, which helped me to map the main differences in expressing spatial relations in Chinese and Estonian, which I used as a comparison base. As for the method, how I conducted the research in the pilot study as well as in the final study, I used picture describing task of Melissa Bowerman and Eric Pedersen. In the pilot study, I used all the 71 pictures in order to be able to segregate the most complicated pictures for Chinese learners of Estonian in terms of different logic in Chinese and Estonian. For example, the pictures where Chinese speakers used support relation, but the Estonian speakers used containment relation. From the pictures where the situation was quite straightforward and thus not interesting for the research. At the end, I had 40 pictures that I used for the final study. And in the pilot study, there were 10 Estonian speakers, native speakers, and 5 Chinese native speakers. The Chinese native speakers did answer describe the pictures in Chinese and also in Estonian, because they had also studied Estonian and they had some knowledge of Estonian. And all the participants had to answer to the basic locative like they had to answer according to the basic locative construction. So the question, where is like something, an object? And just to give some examples of the answers, that first 10 questions and the answers, this is the final study, where I had 22 participants, and also to support the Chinese part, the Chinese native speakers' answers. I used the study of Yuan Chang, who had compared the English and Chinese support and containment relations. So the Chinese part of it I used, because I had only 5, very little participants there in the pilot study. And so this is how this it looked like. They had the question in Estonian, which is translated there in English. And now I'm giving an overview of some more problematic types of spatial relations for Chinese learners of Estonian. So they had also they had to describe the orange object, and they also had the Estonian form for the object in relation to which they had to describe the position of the orange object, and also the genitive form, because the locative cases and postpositions are used with the genitive form in Estonian. So here, for example, this is the one type of problematic relations, the attachment to the tip of something, where, as you can see, the Estonians answered mostly with using the postposition otsas, kepi otsas, 7 answers, or also küljes, 3 answers, but the Chinese tended mostly to use the adhesive case, which is logical if you follow the Chinese logic. The Kunze Shang is with a postposition Shang, which is the nearest corresponding counterpart of adhesive case or postposition peal. But the interesting thing is that in Chinese they have also, there were some answers, few, but to express this situation through being at the one end of the stick, kunze ito or iiduan, which could be actually material to translate if they translate it to Estonian as otsas, because ots is also the end of something, but there was only one answer in Chinese using otsas, so quite probably they just weren't able to use this. They hadn't had too much contact with this postposition. They didn't know how to use it, and even if they had some material in their native tongue, which is similar, they didn't use it. Another relation is attachment küljes, which is similar, but another kind of attachment. They also didn't use this postposition. They used adhesive instead. Another group of relations is interesting, because in Chinese it's in all cases support relation again, but in Estonian it's containment with inessive. But in Chinese, the answers did vary. So effect of learning was visible. Like in the situations like here, for example, more prototypical situations that are often encountered, they tended to use it more native-like. Like the this one, an Estonian myths on peas, and Estonian answers of native Chinese were mostly also with inessive, but some considerable part also with support, like in Chinese, myths on peal, which is similarly like in Chinese. The next one, more difficult for Chinese speakers, about earring, which in Estonian also is expressed with container duration, but in Chinese it was varying. There was adhesive, but as well there was inessive, so almost equal. And the less prototypical was being on a goat hook, which in Estonian was with the inessive, and in Chinese they tended to use adhesive, which also the Chinese influence. And lastly, two relations of circumjacency, which in Estonian both were used, expressed through by using a postposition ümber, or I can be also actually preposition. But in Chinese there is difference, because there is, for this picture, they used it in similar way, because in Chinese, zhou wei can be used only for tight fit, not tight fit circumjacency, surrounding situations. So in this picture, they didn't have actually too much problems. They almost all answered maja ümber, but in this picture, they tended to use adhesive, as in Chinese. So I have too little time left, so I just skip to the results and conclusions, which also include the statistical analysis that problematic relations were otsas and küles, as you saw, and circumjacency partly also. And containment relations when talking about this clothing items, this paradoxical ground reversal situations, and also that if according to the statistical analysis, if Chinese native speakers described the spatial relation as support, they had bigger chance of using the native-like logic for choosing the type of spatial relation. And if Chinese native speakers used case endings in their Estonian answers, then the type of spatial relation in their answers coincided with greater probability with the answers of the Estonian native speakers. And lastly, if the type of spatial relation was not the same in both languages, the reaction time was shorter. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We have also now time for 1 or 2 questions. One? No? Okay, I tried to ask. There was this case endings and adpositions. Was there any preference for something that they used mostly case endings for something, or mostly adpositions for something?
Yes, in general, they tended to use this adhesive case the most, actually, which is similar to Chinese, so you can see some influence of their native language, quite visible. And they also tended to use, in general, cases more than postpositions. So I assume this because of teaching, that because there is more focus on teaching cases when teaching Estonian as foreign language than on the different ad positions.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I will follow up on this. So they would use case endings for these difficult postpositions as well, like Kylias and Totsas.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that the case? So they produce these.
Yeah.
And these were spoken data, recorded or written?
It was written via. They saw the picture, and then they had to type in, and the reaction time was also measured how long time they were spending on one picture.
Do you think that plays a role as well? How you collect the data, spoken or written, or what's your prediction if you were to record them, for example?
I think it has some kind of role, but I don't know what kind of, because I did it in this way. But I suppose maybe they would correct themselves more or something like this. I'm not sure, but I think there would be some difference. Maybe not too big, but some kind of difference there would be, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the next speaker is Margarita Vull. She is a pronunciation teacher. Sort of. Yeah, and she is talking about instructions to get rid of accent. Right. Okay. Yeah, it's this one. Wait, need to. Wait. This. Yep. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Margarita, and I'm a teacher of English and Hebrew in a private sector. I'd like to thank my supervisor, an exceptionally knowledgeable phonetician from Eesti Keelemaja, Liis Äämes, for helping me bring this research to a standard and probably make this material from the field available to other teachers. So we're focusing on prototyping instructions where prosody and pragmatics are combined in order to improve local EFL learners' pronunciation and simply help them reach their communicational goals. I don't know where I'm pointing it. Yep. Now, I'm coming from the point that my learners, local learners here, they have this need to be accepted and understood. I'm solving their problems, and I'm teaching them and not textbooks. This word accent, I prefer to say it's a linguistic transfer, and I highly agree with the saying that whatever can transfer will, because the nature of our brain of simplifying things is always present in the learning process. In order to make the material easier for the teachers to use and just understand where they are at, we are going to see the pronunciation, the quality of pronunciation within segmentals and suprasegmentals, as well as connected to pragmatics. Research shows that pronunciation worldwide is rather blurred within the teaching context. Moreover, it is also decontextualized. Studies show that teachers normally would correct segmentals only. Lack of teachers' training is another problem, because we're all so busy. Some of my clients are teachers, and they prefer to come and take my lessons in secrecy. The research question for this work is that we're focusing on the characteristics of the instructions in order to allow our teachers be more flexible and probably adapted to their classroom or to their teaching material. The research is design-based research that is following up
3 stages. After observations, we conducted a literature review. We also used an expert teacher working in a classroom for the development phase as well as the assessment phase. Well, I simply took 5 of my learners, they're all advanced learners from different paths of life. We have Estonian native speakers with great exposure to Russian. We have a bilingual here. We have Russian native speakers with very limited exposure to Estonian. And we have monolingual from the learners within the community. I have heard my learners very carefully and simply divided those elements that were distracting me into pitch of the voice, the quality of the stress, the duration of the words, intonation, and tempo. I'm looking at the degree of fossilization as well. We're talking about advanced learners here. So something is already fossilized, and I'm examining whether it can be changed. Just wanted to mention there's naturally monolinguistic learners. They would probably be very difficult to refashion the manner they pronounce words and sentences. And my comments here that the pitch of the voice is too low and it's hard to hear for my English ear. Also, the stress is not intense enough, right? It's sort of very, very weak. Lengthy words are pronounced by syllables, especially relevant to the native Estonians. Also, there's no idea about the polysyllabic shortening. Strong transfer in intonation, probably because, I'm not sure, but probably because there's a lot of emotional meaning in the intonation itself. And speech tempo is constant all the time. My daily task is to rewire motor plan. And here we see segmentals within pitch, stress, duration, and suprasegmentals in intonation and tempo. And in a minute, I'm going to explain how is it connected to pragmatics. We have created 10 exercises for the local people. I'm not going to present them all, obviously, but roughly speaking, using very, very simple language, we tell our learners that the stress is stronger. We reword it as much as possible. Perhaps you can say that your vocal effort should be of a higher degree. You can compare it with either Estonian or Russian. You can take words that they already know and try to play around with that. Yesterday, one floor down, we learned that accents are quite fun. It can be something that gives a little bit of more energy and life into lessons. Also, another way to word it out really is that an English speaker wastes more breath on one word, and then articulates the stress syllable of a word with a much stronger exhalation. So we're talking about the distribution of air throughout the utterance. Also, native speakers, as quite relevant for the Russian Estonians here, have to let them know that native speakers exhale on sounds p, t, and k, right? It's not p, t, k, right? And it is greatly, it influences one god we're following here is the rhythm, right? If they don't exhale, then it's not lengthy enough, I'd say. Right? Again, we can just use the material that is there, or they can simply create one, right? List down words with these sounds that you know and just refashion the way you say them. And normally they lose it within a sentence. So if you have this time resource, you can sort of encourage them to use it in a sentence, and then they practice and repeat again and again. Now, especially for Estonians, the habit of lengthening words should be stopped. Words in English have their own duration, full stop, right? This one, it was very difficult to prove, but whatever it takes, perhaps a simple analysis, whether a word hope is this sort of lengthy word, yeah, as opposed to hop, right, where you should manipulate all that. You can't stretch the word, you'd sound strange, maybe. I just scare my students, right? But again, that's in private sector, I just scare them. Don't say, excellent, you sound very strange. You might sound very good in your first language, but not in English. It's a quick word, excellent. And that's it, it will never change, no matter where you put it. Also, introducing polysyllabic shortening is easing language acquisition here. You can practice that. You can just, invite your learners to pay attention on this E sound, yeah? It is much longer in sleep, right? And then it takes less nanoseconds in sleepy, and even less in sleepless, right? And this sleepless is something negative, right? Which means, well, that's absolutely observational. Fast speech is present when there is a negativity in a context, right? So I had a sleepless night, right? Everything should be probably said in a quick manner. Otherwise, it sounds as though you're blaming somebody. I had a sleepless night, right? It just changes the meaning, to be honest. Fast speech, which might be considered as fluency, in fact, in the real world, in the business world, for example, marks an irritation of a speaker. As opposed to, I don't know, thank you very much, and thank you much. Also, what I've noticed, negative particles in its reduced form, like isn't, wasn't, hasn't. Normally, the text itself, the written text, would guide you how to pronounce the sentence. There's an example here. 2 reasons to read the first italicized example. Fast. I didn't like that lunch. Right? 2 reasons for that. So negativity and the reduced form of NT. I didn't like that lunch. Sounds tremendously heavy. And the teacher can practice that with their learners. Another reason to manipulate the speech tempo is that slow speech, I would say even not slow, but standard speech, should be applied every time everything is fine, right? Which is our normal life. So, you look lovely today, yeah, should not be rushed. You look lovely today. Nobody will believe you, right? We have evaluated the prototypes with the expert teachers as well as the phonetician, and had a discussion about the quality of these prototypes. These instructions require a great deal of learners' self-awareness and self-control. So it's not just you're throwing this material at them. Yeah, they need to understand why and what's happening and play around with that a little bit. So there's self-control and practice, right? These repetitions to be considered, meaning that when you're practicing pronunciation in the classroom, you need to allow more time for that to happen because of the need of everybody to be sort of corrected by a teacher, receiving feedback, analyze, and all that. I use a lot of generalization. We know that polysyllabic shortening is not happening all the time, but we're not educating future linguists. People who arrive to my lessons, they're not linguists and they have no time. So I have to kind of turn off my little scientists inside. Now, I also introduced the color highlighting to guide both intonation and speed for the teachers if they don't have any time to retrieve texts and they simply use their textbooks. Perhaps they could allow, I've noticed students here, they write in textbooks, just perhaps highlight the quick sentences just to practice that. And we need the teacher to be able to demonstrate the differences. This research was developed specially for the local EFL learners, aiming to stop their linguistic transfer. It probably is irrelevant to other countries. Yeah, it was focused completely on the locals who probably did not receive something in the school system or courses. The solutions interconnect and can be personalized as well as adapted to any level. We did not try that. We worked with what I have. But the expert teacher said that it's absolutely doable. We believe that self-control empowers our learners, and this simplifying meta-language tool, making pronunciation achievable. We also encourage creativity. We don't supply lists of words and throw these texts at them. They should be able to create or just retrieve these from their memories as advanced learners. Now, the research question was fully answered. To guide our teachers build their own material, teaching material. So we engage, the characteristic should be engaging learners' metacognition. We have to teach both segmentals and suprasegmentals, and we have to use texts both with negative and positive messages, so perhaps more of a fictional texts. We have to demonstrate prosodic differences, just to contrast it with L1. Emphasize and practice stronger stress in English. It's not shouting, I keep saying, you're not shouting, you're all right. Yeah, we have to emphasize and practice a higher pitch in the voice, in vowels. We should teach about the duration of words, as well as the tempo in sentences, and guide the intonation with color highlighting as a tool when you work with groups. And again, we have to encourage learners to create their own text, just to follow up their learning taxonomy, really, the very top of that pyramid. Now, thank you very much, and I look forward to hearing your questions.
Thank you, Margarita. Do we have questions?
Maybe you know just a website that you could recommend as a teacher based on your experience. Like, would the website would provide like the best, like materials for teaching English pronunciation?
To be honest, I am benefiting from the fact that I lived in England for many years, and I simply took some of the fiction, non-fiction books when I moved here just before Brexit. I don't use web, and I teach a person. My current client is a radiologist. There are no texts for her available online, and it's a written language. Nevertheless, I'm trying to help her meet this halfway, to maybe say something to her patients. I'm trying to work on the situation. It is always a signature material that I use, so unfortunately I can't help you with the actual source. Nevertheless, if you have questions about pronunciation, I found Cambridge Dictionary quite useful. If you want to teach American accent, and it's a little bit slower because they're rolling their R, you have this icon there, and you have the British one, and also if there's an interesting word or even a name, this YouTube thing today, you literally, I have this client, her name is Alaya, well, apparently for the Russian, it is Alia. So I literally checked, if she will say Alia, what accent she'd be representing. Apparently, I picked up the Illinois, something, something very unusual. So you can just, with the material you have, you can check this material that you're working with.
Anything else?
Yeah, but I have a related question. If you've ever tried those tools that allow students to match their prosody and intonation to a native speaker's model, and then you get all sorts of response based on waveforms and these things. And I know that some people find them effective because it's not explicit, it's very implicit, and you keep changing your prosody until you reach the target. Have you ever tried them? What is your opinion about them?
Yeah, it's a little bit strange, but it's one of my life hacks. When a person is experiencing a financial difficulty taking private lessons, I'm telling them about the imitation technique. If it's a yoga teacher, there's plenty of YouTube, native material, and simply, I just guide them, simply pause and repeat just a phrase, maybe a syntagm. Just spread your arms, palms up. Yeah, so just repeat exactly, and it proved to be working for some students. It also depends how much they're going to be using the language. Yeah, it depends on the profession and the personality as well. So I use it a lot, but it's a little bit unofficial. Yeah, I don't use this properly designed material. It's just there, out there on YouTube. Repeat after. My Estonian, I speak like Professor Mari Saagpak because I liked her and she was so slow and it really helped me acquire Estonian. So I literally copied her.
Thank you for your talk. It was very, very useful, very interesting. And especially I liked this word length aspect, because in French I have to teach that, okay, you don't need to say words, but groups, but in these groups, yeah, indeed, I have to straighten this aspect. But I wanted to ask, what I like also, there is this consciousness, the awareness you develop, and you use written text, yeah. I've read, and what is this? Well, do you use a written text and also this spontaneous talk? Do you talk with, how do you repent? What is this, I don't know, balance? Or how much you use a text, how much you use spontaneous talking with them, these materials?
Thank you for the question. Well, there is this small talk present in the culture. And yes, you have to train people up to speak about nothing, like the weather, for example. Just, and dialogical units are very different in our cultures. You ask something, I gave you an answer. You can't just finish the dialogue. You have to say thank you, which isn't thank you. You say briefly, thank you. So all these things, you teach that. Nevertheless, I'm trying to make sure my students can learn independently. I don't want to spend too much time with one student, and I am promising great results. I'm teaching them to rely on phonics to guide them through the length of the word. Yeah, knowing an ancient language such as Hebrew, yeah, I know that this H is coming from there, yeah, and it's messing around with the rest of the combinations and syllables. So just kind of giving whatever is needed there. I did bring phonics books, and my adult learners, they read those. Did not mention that here because it's very simplified and generalized, but normally in a statement sentence, yeah, going into suprasegmental question of yours, there is a rise of the intonation on a third, fourth word, roughly speaking. Of course, if you have something, that's why, they should not put any unreasonable adverbs there. It happens quite often. I saw yesterday my mum And I'm explaining because of this little knowledge. Yeah, I teach the language through phonation, and then we simply practice reading it. And those books, those simple sentences, anything you open and just give this rise in the third and fourth word, and then if the intonation falls, yeah, you can definitely, you know, of course, as a teacher, you have to pre-curate all the material, because this, yeah, it does not apply to everything. You can't teach everything.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ja nüüd me saame üle minna. Nüüd me saame üle minna eesti keelele ja mul on hea meel viimaseks ettekandeks siia kutsuda Eesti hääldusõpetuse Grand Old Man Einar Graut, kes jätkab rääkimist hääldamisest.
Ma räägin eesti keeles, mis tõlegi liiga valjusti. Mul on väga raske, ma olen harjunud rääkima mikrofoniga, ma olen harjunud rääkima rahva ees, aga ma kasutan täiesti erinevat häält kummalgi puhul ja ma pean kuidagi kompromissi leidma siin vahel. Vabandust, kui see ei kuku hästi välja. Drillharjutused hääldustreeningus. Ma olen väga tänulik Margaritale selle mind sissejuhatava ettekande eest. Ma loodan, et kuulajad leiavad siit haakumise võimalusi ja sissejuhatuseks ei vaheta. Ma vajutan vist vale nupu peale. Aitäh. Millest jutt? Hääldustreening, kas uus paradigma? Ma olen nimme minna huvitanud ja sellega olen töötanud, et hääldust õpetada nii nagu Reformatski omal ajal ette pani, et selleks, et teise keele hääldust võimalikult hästi omandada, selleks tuleb sellele taustkeelele või oma emakeelele täiesti selg pöörata. See tuleb minna täiesti uut moodi. Ja see hääldustreening ongi siis meil, mõtlen meil, sest et ma ei tööta üksi, aga sellest pärast poole. Meil kujunenud nüüd selleks lähtekohaks, et me ei tee mitte hääldusõpet, vaid just nimelt hääldustrenningut. See on kehaline tegevus ja selleks kasutame kontrastiivdünaamilist meetodit. Termin on minu välja mõeldud juba rohkem kui 20 aastat tagasi ja selle aluseks on see, et me töötame hääldusliigutustega, mitte häälikutega. Aluseks on viia õpilane otse kehalise orgaanika juurde, tähendab tunnetada, näidata talle kätte, kuidas häälduselund liigub ja siis nende põhisestide, põhivõtete kaudu teha talle selgeks süsteem, sest minu veendumus on see, et hääldussüsteem peitubki meie dünaamikas, kehadünaamikas, hääldusliigutustes. See ei ole mitte see, mida me kujutame ette hääldussüsteemina, kui me räägime fonoloogilisest inventarist ja prosoodilistest suhetest. See on selle varjupilt tegelikult ja samuti on nii, nagu on varjupilt tegelikult kirjapilt, kui me loeme teksti. Kõne on ju kehas, kehaline ilming ja selle tõttu meie töötame kehaga. Mul on siin selline intrigeeriv noolekene põhisestid, integraaltunnused. Kogu aeg on strukturalismi ajaloo jooksul räägitud diferentsiaaltunnustest. Mina tulin mõtte peale, et tuleb rääkida integraaltunnustest. Need on need tunnused, mis ühe keele hääldust hoiavad koos. Kõikides nendes ilmingutes, mis selle keele häälduses on. See ongi see, mis on süsteemi alus. Sellest peaks omaette juttu rääkima, aga täna selleks aega ei ole. Nii palju võin öelda, et ma kujutasin ette kogu aeg, et need integraaltunnused on mu enda välja mõeldud ja täna hommikul natukene vanu pabereid vaadates vaatasin, et issand jumal, Reformatskil on see asi olemas, et tähendab, Reformatski ta ei too välja midagi, mis need on, ta ütleb, et peaksime rääkima diferentsiaaltunnuste kõrval ka integraaltunnustest, nendest tunnustest, mis hoiavad häälduse ühes keeles tervikliku ühtsena. Ja siis need põhižestid ongi need, mis orienteeruvad nende integraaltunnuste väljatoomisele. Ja siit edasi minna siis drillharjutuste juurde juba, need on need harjutused. Märkasin täna hommikul ka, et ma ei ole üldsegi defineerinud, mida ma mõtlen drilli all. Aga ma loodan, et see on üldarusaadav mõiste, see on kordamise teel, füüsiliste liigutuse kordamise teel jõuda automatismini, kujundada välja motoorika. Sellest ma tahan rääkida, motoorika must kast. Ise teate, mis on must kast, ega me seda sisse ei näe, mis siin peas toimub, aga just kehaliste liigutuste kaudu me saame sellest teadlikuks ja drill on selle poolest üks imetore asi, et ta aitab meil tunnetada keha võimalusi ja keha paneb ennast maksma. Iga keele hääldus on maksimaalselt loodusseadustele alluv, selles mõttes täiuslik, mis hoiab ühe keele häälduse kompaktse, muidugi ühe murde tüübi piires ja teatud aja vältel, keel kogu aeg muutub või hääldus muutub, aga et ta on nii ühtne kõikidel kõnelejatel, väikeste varieerimistega, aga me ometi tunneme ära, mis on selle aktsendi, selle häälduslaadi tunnused ja mis ei ole. Ja drill ongi see, mis aitab kehal jõuda selle täiuslikkuse tunnetamiseni. Ja siis ma võib-olla, kui jääb aega, mainin natukene seda ka, mis me teinud oleme ja kuidas see mõjub õpilaste lõimumis enesetundele ja läheme siis edasi. Kas tuleb? Ei tule. No nii, ei, ikka veel sama. Ei, nüüd tuli hoopis. Vabandust. Tehnika on... Nii, kuhu ma vajutan nüüd, kui ma edasi on? Ja ma vajutasin. Ei, nüüd läks liiga palju. Ja, võtame tagasi. Nii, hääldustreening kui paradigma. Seda ma lühidalt juba ütlesin, hääldussüsteem on kõneelundite keeleomane liigutuskava, mitte mingisugune varjukuju. Ja ma tahan panna südamele kõigile, kes asjast on huvitatud, erikeelte hääldussüsteemid erinevad radikaalselt. Mitte nii, nagu pikka aega on mõeldud ja nagu minu meelest enamik hääldusõppetööd, mida praegu siiamaani tehakse, toimib sellel tasemel, et katsume leida nüüd sellele keele omased need üldtuntud häälikute erilised omadused, nii nagu Eek ütleb, häälikute kõrvaltunnused või Ladefoged Madison on rääkinud minor features, vähematest tunnustest, vähem tähtsatest tunnustest või Liia Bondarko räägib полезные признаки, kasulikud tunnused, aga minu veendumus on see, et tegelikult häälikud radikaalselt, tähendab ühe keele hääldussüsteem radikaalselt erineb teise omast ja see invariantsed hääldusžestid, need põhiliigutused, need ongi, mis seda süsteemi kujundavad ja nüüd, kui me teist keelt hakkame õpetama, siis tuleb õpetajal tuleb endale selgeks teha, mis on selle teise keele need põhiliigutused, erinevalt taustkeele, mis on sihtkeele ja mis on taustkeele hääldusliigutused. Ja siis ongi siin, et hääldusõppe tutvustab, selgitab hääldustreining, aga viib õppija otse süsteemi sisse. Nii, kontrastiivdünaamilisest meetodist mõni sõna, niisiis nagu juba mainitud, keha on meie tööriist. Kuidas nüüd nende kahe eri süsteemi vahel silda leida? Kuulamisega töötame väga palju, analüüsime, näitame, nii et justkui teooria, aga me õpilastele püüame kogu aeg selgitada, et see ei ole teooria, see on lihtne praktika, te peate sellest aru saama, selleks, et asja olemuseni jõuda. Aga kõige tähtsam moment nüüd selles töös on õpetada selgeks need võtted, mis on vajalikud motoorika kujundamiseks, kõigepealt dünaamika juhtimiseks, lihaste juhtimiseks ja siin on liigutuste kontrollimine ja lõdvestus. Põhilised asjad, mida ka mis tahes keele kõnetehnika ju kasutab. Ja eesmärk ongi uus motooriline automatism. Niisiis tuua kohe põhiliigutuste kaudu õppija sellesse uude sihtkeele süsteemi sisse. Ja mida nüüd siin jällegi Reformatski autoriteeti appi võttes, mida järsemalt me seda teeme, mida erinevamate liigutuste kaudu ja piltlikult öeldes siis ka häälikute kaudu me seda teeme, seda kindlam on see, et õppijad ei tule segama emakeele või taustkeele motoorikast tuttavad võtted. Sest muidu ei tule mitte midagi välja. Absoluutselt. Ja siis strateegia on selline, et me edeneme aste-astmelt. Komplekssemad harjutused võtame ette siis, kui põhiliigutused on piisavalt omandatud. Alguses peab tegelema väga lihtsate asjadega, just et vältida seda motoorilist switchingut. Ja kuidas me siis, kui oleme põhiliigutused selgeks saanud, siis kuidas me edasi läheme, siis lähemegi edasi trilliga. Trilli mõte on see, et asi tuleb automatiseerida. Asi peab ise hakkama mängima. Küsimus, kuidas jääb aktsendiga, on provokatiivne, ma sellele praegu ei vasta. Nüüd läks jälle liiga palju. Nii, aga trilliharjutustest siis põhiteema. 2 liiki. Etapilised, need on need, mida me kasutame siis mingite oluliste võtete treenimiseks, enne kui ei ole veel tervet süsteemi üles ehitatud. Siin saab areneda, edasi minna mitut viisi. Meie veebikoolituses meil oli 4 õpijärku ja siis iga järgu jaoks olid uued ülesanded. Ja vaat nüüd siin on siis näidatud neid põhiliigutuste või ülesannete loetelu on A, B, C ja nii edasi. Ja eesti keele kõige olulisem liigutus on terav rõhk. See ei ole liigutus, liigutus on lõuaheide. See liigutus, mis täiesti teisel põhimõttel annab rõhutekke. Me tekitame suus hõrenduse, õhk voolab peale. Mitte nii, nagu enamiku keelte materjali põhjal on arvatud ja nagu ka eesti keele kohta. Mati Hint näiteks on oma isegi populaarsetes õpikutes, aga isegi soliidsetes töödes võib-olla selgitanud, et rõhk on pinge ületamine altpoolt tuleva surve abil, kopsust tuleva surve abil. Eesti keele puhul ei ole see absoluutselt vajalik. Sest et me teeme suus väikese õrenduse, õhk voolab ise peale. Igaüks võib proovida, kui sirge seljaga istub ja hingab rahulikult välja ilma mingisuguse pingutuset ja siis teeb korraga. Kuulete? Ma ei surunud praegu peale. Ja niimoodi eestlane rõhutab. Ja nüüd lõdvestus on teine oluline asi, mis eesti häälduse puhul mängib. Aga mida ei saa õpetada lihtsalt niisama, et selgitada, et need häälikud eesti keeles erinevad vene või inglise või saksa keele nendest häälikutest. Absoluutselt. Lõdvestus tuleb omandada seesama lõuaheite abil. Sest et see lõuaheide õnnestub ainult siis, kui me suudame kontsentreeruda kiirele löögile, see on nagu karatelöök ja pärast seda oleme vabad. Nii, horisontaaltöö, vokaalimoodustus. Eesti vokaalid on stabiilsed, ees- või tagavokaalid, eks ole. See asi, mis venelasel on täiesti võimatu mõista selle pärast, aga foneetikut ma ei ole kohanud peale tšehhidel on see tähelepanek, sest tšehhi keeles on ka see ette taha liikumine selge. Nad ütlevad, et Romportel on tšehhi kuulus autoriteet tšehhidel. Vene hääldus on tegelikult tsentraalne. A-õ-õ. Taha liikumine käib labilisatsioonid abil, O ja U automaatselt läheb taha, ettetulek on palatisatsiooni abil. J, 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 J. Ja suurtes piirides 4 astet võib tuua välja iga hääliku puhul, iga selle foneemi tüübi puhul, A-õ-õ puhul, õi saab palatisatsiooniga, saab I. See on jama, mis Sherba arvas, et I ja Õ on eri foneemid vene keeles, ei ole. Siis, aga eesti häälduses on kogu aeg, kas ees või taga, täpselt. Ja see on selle omandamine, võt nüüd siis see keele horisontaaltöö õnnestub ainult siis, kui keel on vaba. Ainult siis. Ja siis me seda treenime. Jällegi selle jaoks spetsiaalsed drillharjutused, millega me treenime. Näiteks me ei saa anda selles tööetapis niisugust ülesannet, kus sellist sõnajärjestust või sõnade rida, kus keel peab tegema kiireid hüppeid. Ei, me ütleme lihtsalt mama, memi näiteks. Mamu, mäme. Keel on kas ees või taga. Aga see tuleb selgeks saada, et keel ei vokaali redutseeru rõhutus asendis, vaid jääb oma kohale. See on jälle tähtis joon eesti vokaalimoodustuses. Kahesugune konsonandi moodustus. Põgus ja toetuv. Põgus. S. Kõik lühikesed. Korraks ainult. Põgus ja toetuv. Ma võin seda toetumist teha ükskõik, kui pikalt ma võin mõtelda selle ajal järgmist fraasi näiteks. Ja siis see oli, tavaliselt vastandatakse kas lühihäälikud või geminaadid. Aga mida teha siis kaasahääliku ühenditega? Põrandal me samuti toetame, selle kirikus me samuti toetame. Kirikus on geminad, jah, põrandal. Alasti, S-il toetumine. Selleks on väga kindlad reeglid, väga lihtsad reeglid. Need saab nädalaga kõigile õpilastele absoluutselt selgeks. Ja näide oli, eelmisel nädalal tegin Saaremaal häälduslaagrit. Kõik õpilased said asja selgeks. Nii, keelevaba asend, eeskeele konsonandid. No ühesõnaga, te näete siin, et kõiki asju saab seletada põhiliigutuste kaudu ja siis trilli abil viia juba täiuseni. Üldkatvad on need trillharjutused, mida me saame kasutada siis kogu süsteemi kinnistamiseks. No näiteks niisugune trillharjutus. Mama, mima, mäma, muma, möma, muma, müma, mema, mõma. Tähendab mamme, mimme, mämme, mumme, mömme, momme, mümme, memme, mõmme. mammati, mimati, mämmati, mummati, mämmati, mummati, ja nii edasi. Ühesõnaga, ma olen praegu kergelt närvis õpilaste ees, mul tavaliselt need segamini ei lähe. Tähendab, automatiseerib ära, aga nende üldkatvate juurde saame jõuda alles siis, kui kõik need eelmised etapid on tehtud. Nüüd ma näitan veel siin siin on nüüd näide meie Maltiki online schoolis. Meil on seal nüüd viimane kursus oli 5500 õpilast. Noh, mina nendega isiklikult ju, ega mitte keegi ei jõudnud nendega isiklikult kontakteeruda, aga nad tegid ülesandeid ja no, mingi väikene ports, kes teatud põhjustel jäi hiljaks. Aga siin on nüüd nende endi hinnangud sellele, mida nad õppisid, kuidas nad aru õppisid saama või kuidas nad aru saavad. 1 on halvasti, 2 on natukene, 3 on päris hästi ja 4 on täitsa hästi, eks ole. Ja siis on siin kuulamise kohta. Küsimus on nüüd rõhust. Heitrõhk või löökrõhk? No, löökrõhk on minu termin, see on teise välte rõhk. See on markeeritud eesti keeles, mitte kolmas välde, mingit rasket rõhku pole olemas kolmanda välte näol. Aga heitrõhug on esimene ja kolmas välde, löökrõhug on teine välde. Eks ole, saame kooli minnakse. Nii, saan aru ja räägin ja olge lahked. Arusaamise või selle, tähendab, kolmanda astme tulemused on päris head. No see on loomulik, et noh, täiesti rahul ei ole endaga alguses keegi. Ja korraks ka, noh, näiteks peenenduse, palatalisatsiooni kohta. Kuulen õigesti, mõistan õigesti, räägin õigesti. Jällegi, noh, kuulmisega jõuavad nad väga kaugele. Ja mis siis veel, ma pean nii palju ütlema, et tänu Natalja Kiitamile, minu kauaaegsele kolleegile ja praegusele heale managerile, meil töö käib kõva hooga, nüüd 4 aastat juba ja uus kursus hakkab 4. juulil. Oleme välja kuulutanud, inimesed registreeruvad praegu. Tahan öelda seda, et häälduse kaudu keelde juhatamine paneb inimesed keelt armastama. Kultuuri armastama. Ma elan emotsionaalse inimesena, ma elan pilvede peal nüüd juba 3 aastat. Iga päev. Ma jäbene tunnistamast. Aga mis oleks vaja nüüd õpetajad nende asjade juurde. Meil oli üks kursus 2 aastat tagasi, kui meil olid õpetajad, noh, paar 30 inimest ja noh, lasteaiaõpetajad ja mõned kooliõpetajad ka olid väga vaimustatud asjast. Narva keeltemajale ma olen teinud ka kursuse, sealt oli 2 väga tublit õpilast, kes korraldasid nüüd selle häälduslaagri Saaremaal terve nädal. Töötasime hääldusega, aga muud ka kultuuri. Aitäh tähelepanu eest.
Aitäh.
Ma panen...
Meil on nüüd natuke aega, kui keegi tahab midagi küsida.
Kas teie arvates on kasulik seda õpetada kohe keeleõppeprotsessi alguses, näiteks sõnade sees, ja kuidas need teadmised kõigile kättesaadavaks teha?
Ma tänan, see on väga hea küsimus. Teate, kui palju läheb tööd siis, kui keel on motoorika, noh, teise keele motoorika on omandatud valesti või noh, aktsendiga. Kõik, sa pead kogu selle keele pesa, mis tal on ehitatud oma oma emakeele hääldusbaasi peal ja sa pead kogu selle pesa. Ma andsin niisugused ülesanded, mul olid individuaaltunnid ka seal kõikide õpilastega, õieti paaritunnid, paari kaupa nad tuli. Ja niisugune ülesande, iga päev võtate, kirjutate paberi peale endale üles 5, 10, 20 kõige enam elus vajalikku sõna, mida te tarvitate ja töötate sellega. Kui keskendub inimene ülesand, ta teab, mida on vaja, aga asi läheb käest siis ära, kui ta hakkab rääkima, sest siis tuleb kõik ju sealt samast automaatika pealt. Aga sellepärast on tohutult tähtis, et algusest peale, keeleõppe algastmel, kui inimene mitte midagi ei tea. Meil oli üks õpilane, kes tuli täiesti nulli pealt ja 2 nädala järel käis tööintervjuul, Ksenia oli ta nimi, ja käis tööintervjuul ja ta suhtles seal eesti keeles ja arvati, et tal on B2. Ta ütles, et tunnistas ise, et ega ma kõigest aru ei saanud, aga ma üldmõttest sain aru ja tulin järele. Selliseid tublisid õpilasi meil on veel, aga tingimata tuleks hääldusõpet tasemel, mitte lihtsalt, et nii ja nii, need häälikud, üksikud häälikud hääldame natuke teistmoodi. See on, eesti keele hääldus on kompleksne, seal on niivõrd palju. Mul ei ole aega pikalt rääkida või üldse rääkida sellest, aga siin on eri moment, just see dünaamika moment. Dünaamikast oleneb niivõrd palju rohkem kui mulle teada olevates keeltes.
Aitäh! Nüüd kahjuks aeg saab täis, nii et järgmised küsimused saab esitada Einarile nüüd kohe tuleva lõunapausi ajal. Ja kui me nüüd kõik hästi ruttu läheme, siis me jõuame välgusõud ka vaatama. So we have lunch and if we hurry, we see the lightning show.
Ja esimese ettekande peavad Ilona Tragel ja Külli Haabist.
Head kuulajad, meie ettekande pealkiri on nõudlik verbivorm koroonapiirangu sildil. Ja nõudlik on siin mõeldud 2 tähenduses. Ühelt poolt on see siis midagi, mis vajab täitmist nõudev, ja teiselt poolt siis ka tähenduses teatavaid kindlaid tingimusi vajav ja ootav. Meil on selles kollektiivis, kes seda ettekannet on ette valmistanud, rohkem inimesi kui me 2, et on olnud andmekogujad, andmeanalüüsijad siin meiega koos ja nad on siin kõik ära nimetatud tänuks selle panuse eest. Nüüd vaatame seda, mida koroonapiirangu silt kui tekst endast kujutab. Iga tekst, nagu me teame, on keeleliste valikute kogum ja piirangu silt on lühike, spetsiifiline tekst. Selle eesmärk on panna vastuvõtja käituma nii, nagu teksti selle piirangu sildi autor eeldab, ootab temalt. Et see on selline konkreetne omaette nõudmistega tekstiliik. See on lühike, informatiivne, eeldatavasti ka mõjus ja neid mõjusaid keelevahendeid, mida kasutada piirangu siltidel, on siis kõigis nendes 3 laines, mida me siin vaatama hakkame, ka järjekindlalt otsitud, nagu näha on. Sellel tekstil on siis omadused, mis väljendavad autori valikuid ennekõike, sest see tekst lähtub autorist ja autor saab otsustada, mida ta esitab piirangu sildil, mida mitte, kellele või millele ta autoriteedina tugineb või tugineb ta ainult iseendale ja siis teiselt poolt, kuidas seda sõnumit esitada. Kogu piirangu siltide kasutamise ja vastuvõtu temaatika seostub sellise eripärase diskursuse liigiga, mida nimetatakse viirusdiskursuseks, mis pandeemia ajal on siis kõigile keelekasutajatele väga erinevates keeleühiskondades tuntud ja tuttav. See on selline siis erinevate ühiskondlikus tegevuses kujunenud tähenduste süsteem, mida kõik ühiskonnaliikmed teadvustamatult omavahel jagavad ja mis hõlmab eri tüüpi suhtlussündmusi, arusaamu, uskumusi, teadmisi ja nii edasi. Nii et selles raamistikus siis me saame neid piirangusilte käsitleda. Nüüd andmed, millele me siinses ettekandes toetume, tulevad Ilona Trageli isiklikust sildikogust ja seal on praeguseks umbes 2500 koroonapiirangu silti. Neid on kogutud 2 aasta jooksul ja nad peegeldavad 3 koroonalaine materjali. Võrdluse huvides ja süsteemsuse mõttes on võetud siis praegusesse analüüsi igast lainest 300 silti, kokku 900 ukse silti ja siin on all sellel väikesel käsitsi täiendatud diagrammil näha ka Eesti piirangute ranguse selline väikene kõver, kus on siis, mida kõrgemal on see graafik, seda rangemad on olnud sellel ajal piirangud ja on siis need 3 lainet siin markeeritud. 3. laine lõpp on siis november 2021. Ja nagu öeldud, siis igast lainest 300 silti. Me vaatame neid andmeid niimoodi, et viime kokku analüüsis lõpuks interpersonaalsed keelevahendid, intertekstuaalsed keelevahendid ja oleme mõlemast keelevahendite liigist valinud siis ühe sellise ilmeka markeri. Interpersonaalsete suhete juurest oleme siis võtnud isiku kategooria märgendamise, ehk siis eesti keele isikut väljendab pöördekategooria 1., 2. ja 3. pöörde vormid ainsuses ja mitmuses. Siin me praegu ainsuslikel ja mitmuslikel vormidel enamasti vahet ei tee, et me paneme nad kokku lihtsalt 1. ja 2. isiku alla ja vastandame neile 3. isiku. Miks nii? Sellepärast, et 1. ja 2. isik on suhtlussündmuses aktiivsed osalised. 1. isik on siis see mina isik või teksti autor, 2. isik on vastuvõtja, nemad on siis kõige tähtsamad, 3. isik on neutraalne isik selles suhtlussündmuses ehk siis suhtlussituatsiooni väline isik. Ja selle tõttu siis me keskendume siin praegu 1. ja 2. isiku vormidele ennekõike, kui vaatame interpersonaalseid suhteid. Ja see kõik, eks ole, läheb sinna viiruskommunikatsiooni raamistikku ühelt poolt, teiselt poolt seostub see selliste arusaamadega keelest, mis seovad ühiskonda. Need arusaamad on siis sõnastatud tegelikult juba 20. sajandi alguse antropoloogi Bronislav Malinovski käsitlustes, on kandunud edasi ka Roman Jakobsoni märgiteooriasse ja see faatilise kommuniooni või faatilise osaduse termin on siis see, mis seob siin siis idee poolest ühiskonda keele abil, teatavate kindlate keeleliste kokkulepete kaudu antakse edasi siis sellist metakeelelist sisu, et see ei ole siis mitte esmane sisu, vaid just nimelt metakeeleline funktsioon. Ja grammatilise isiku valik, mis on sildi autori teha või sildi autori otsustada, see ühtlasi peegeldab ka kommunikatsioonis osalejate staatussuhteid ehk siis võimusuhteid. Ja sealt me jõuame meie praeguse uurimuse teise aspektini, ehk siis intertekstuaalse aspektini, kus me vaatame seda, kuidas teksti autor toob sisse autoriteedi, kuidas ta rõhutab autoriteedi positsiooni. Isikukategooria puhul on siis materjaliks siin selline neljane jaotus, mida te näete slaidil olevas tabelis, et on märgendatud eraldi mitte esimene ega teine isik, siis ainult esimene isik, ainult teine isik ja sellised sildid siis ka, kus on kasutusel nii esimene kui ka teine isik, sest sildid ei ole kõik ju puhtad selles mõttes, et nad ei kajasta mitte ainult üht isikut, vaid sildil võib olla kasutatud mitut isikuvormi. Ja nüüd, kui me keskendume esimesele ja teisele isikule, mis on siis praegu selles kommunikatsioonis kõige olulisem, siis me näeme siin seda, et laineti, siin on siis need 3 tulpa kajastamas erinevate lainete materjali, et laineti on selgelt näha seda, et ainult esimese isiku ja ainult teise isiku vorme tuleb juurde, ehk siis kommunikatsioon muutub ilmselgelt konkreetsemaks. Ja see teine isik siin, mis on siis hallil taustal näha, teine isik kajastab ennekõike siis just nimelt käskiva kõneviisi vorme, ehk siis otsest pöördumist, otsest direktiivi, mille suhtes saab siis siin seda diagrammi vaadates otsustada, et 3. laines ehk siis aja jooksul muutub see suhtlus järjest konkreetsemaks, järjest direktiivsemaks. Kuigi võiks arvata, et eelistatakse mingeid kaasavamaid ja mingisuguseid kujundlikumaid ja võib-olla natukene selliseid ebamäärasemaid strateegiaid, on ikkagi valitud eesti keeles kõige selgemini toimiv direktiiv ja see teise isiku vorm, mis seda edasi annab. Siin on mõned näited ka selle kohta, aga ma arvan, et me neid näiteid kõiki põhjalikult ei käi siin koos läbi, et siin on üks silt, kus on kasutatud nii esimese kui ka teise isiku vorme koos. Head kliendid, meie kõigi tervise ja ohutuse huvides palume teil kaupluses paari reeglit järgida. Ja siis edasi, hoidke, makske, ärge puudutage ja lõpuks veel ka kanna maski. Et see kanna maski hakkab siin juba arvatavasti selliseks vormelilaadseks kasutuseks muutuma, et ei tajuta enam selle vormilist erinevust teistest sildil kasutatud vahenditest. Et siin oli siis nii esimese kui teise isiku kohta ainult esimene isik, palume võimalusel vältida sularahamakseid, täname mõistva suhtumise eest. Ehk siis siin on mitmuse esimese isiku vormiga tegu ja ainult teine isik on siin selline omapärane vorm, nagu ukse taga istud vaikselt, räägid tasase häälega. No nii saab ilmselt öelda ikkagi ainult staatuselt madalamale, eks ole, madalamale vastuvõtjale ja see on siis koolist kogutud uksesilt, kus siis pöördutakse sina vormis ja nagu näete, siis kindla kõneviisi vormis, eks ole. Ja siit kohe tuleb välja ka see, et lisaks käskivale kõneviisile saavad ka kindla kõneviisi vormid väljendada direktiivsust teatavatel juhtudel, aga nende vastuvõtt ei ole ilmselt ikkagi nii selge, et neid tajutaks alati otseste direktiividena. Ja teine siin allpool olev silt kanna maski on täiesti ühemõtteliselt selge. Ja võib ka juhtuda nii, et ei ole siis ei esimese ega teise isiku vormi valitud, vaid on antud teade siis kas üldisikuliselt, umbmääraselt siin on siis siseneda saab ainult läbipääsukaardi ja isikliku koodiga siseneda saab, ehk siis modaalkonstruktsioon valitud selliseks üldisikuliseks markeriks. Nüüd, kui vaadata käskiva kõneviisi vormide esindatust nendel siltidel laineti, siis ilmselgelt on näha see, et käskiva kõneviisi sagedus suureneb lainetes. Ehk siis, kui esimeses laines veel ilmselt otsiti neid vahendeid, millega tõhusalt pöörduda vastuvõtja poole, siis kolmandas laines on juba selgelt näha see, et neid otseseid direktiive ainsuse teise pöörde vormis käskiva kõneviisi kasutusi on selgelt kõige rohkem. Ja siin võib-olla vaatame ainult paar näidet selle kohta, kuidas on siis kasutatud neid direktiivseid vorme. Palun kandke maski, väga arusaadav nõue, ja ainsuses siis aita peatada viirus, hoia pikivahet, kaitse ennast ja teenindajat. Nii et sellised selged nõuded esitatud käskiva kõneviisi vormide abil. Nüüd, kui vaadata intertekstuaalseid valikuid, ehk siis seda, kuidas tekstiliselt viidatakse piirangusiltidel teistele tekstidele, siis seda oleme me siin praegu selles uurimuses teinud nõnda nimetatud võimusõnade abil. Võimusõna on selline pooltermin, eks ole, mis võib tekitada õlakehitust, et mis see siis nüüd on, et see on selline kujundlik, kokkuvõtlik, üldistav sõna selle kohta, mis osutab nimisõnadele, mis on seotud autoriteediga. Ja siin on siis kaht tüüpi nimisõnu, on olukorrale ja institutsioonile viitavad, ehk eriolukord, vabariik, riik, valitsus, Terviseamet, ja teised siis sellised nimisõnad, mis viitavad ettekirjutuse sellisele täpsemale liigile, ehk siis on korraldused, otsused, nõuded, piirangud ja nii edasi, mida mainitakse siltidel ja mis siis tekitavad selle autoriteetse nõude olukorra ja aitavad siis tagada seda, et nõue oleks vastuvõtjale selge, tõsiseltvõetav ja võib-olla mõnikord ka seda, et mitte võtta endale, et see asutus, kes sildi välja paneb, ei võta endale otsest vastutust, vaid viib selle vastutuse kellelegi teisele, siis kas riigile, valitsusele, Terviseametile või mujale, et siis põhjendada seda piirangut, mis sildil kirjas on. Ja kui nüüd vaadata neid õigusaktile viitavaid nimisõnu eri lainete piirangusiltidel, siis on jälle näha seda, et nende hulk laineti siis väheneb tegelikult, et siis seda autoriteeti või ametlikkust võetakse võimusõnade arvelt vähemaks, aga funktsionaalselt peab siis olema miski, mis seda korvab, sest ei saa ju jääda nii, et nõue jääb selle võrra kuidagi lahjemaks või et nõuet ei edastata nii selgelt. Ja siin on siis kohe näha see, et võimusõnad on korrelatsioonis, nende kasutussagedus on korrelatsioonis käskiva kõneviisiga, et kui võimuga seotud sõnu jääb vähemaks, siis käskiva kõneviisi sagedus suureneb. Ehk siis siit tuleb välja selline seos, et käskiv kõneviis kui eesti keeles selline hea funktsionaalne vahend võtab üle selle autoriteedi väljendamise rolli. Nii, ja nüüd on aeg juba peaaegu lõpukorral, aga oleme jõudnud siis selle põhilise järelduseni, et meil on ülevaates siin kokku saanud praegu isikukategooria, kõneviisi kategooria ja teiselt poolt siis need võimusõnad, mis omavahel seostuvad ja mille puhul siis saame jälgida nende seost, nii et kui jääb võimusõnu vähemaks, siis käskiv kõneviis võtab selle funktsiooni üle. Ja siin on siis mõningaid näiteid selle kohta, kus on võimusõnad esindatud siltidel ja kus neid ei ole. Nii, vabandage nüüd natukene sellist kiiret mosaiikset slaidivahetust ja siit siis tuleb ka selgelt välja see, et ainsuse teine pööre on see vorm, siis, mis direktiivina põhiliselt seda nõude tõsiselt võetavuse funktsiooni täidab, kui võimusõnu jääb siltidel vähemaks. Ja kokkuvõtteks siis on näha siin selgelt see, et ainsuse teise isiku vormid, ennekõike siis käskiva kõneviisi vormid, on need, mida peetakse vajalikuks järjest rohkem siltidel kasutada, ehk siis see viirusdiskursus hakkab muutuma nagu veidi üheülbalisemaks, aitäh, kohe saab aeg läbi, hakkab muutuma üheülbalisemaks selles mõttes, et võetakse, kui alguses otsiti vahendeid, siis praegu võetakse kasutusele sellised kõige ilmselgemalt töötavad keelevahendid ja väljendatakse nende abil siis nõude tõsiselt võetavust. Ja siin siis veel mõned järeldused ja järjed sellele uurimusele, sest nagu näha, siin praegu oli üsna palju veel kokku pandud nende kategooriate liikmeid, aga ilmselt tuleks veidi täpsemalt kvalitatiivselt vaadata seda, et kui palju neid silte on, kus on erinevaid vahendeid kasutatud, nii interpersonaalseid kui intertekstuaalseid vahendeid, ja kokkuvõtteks siis siin see, et kui piirangusildi autor tahab ennast kehtestada selles asünkroonses suhtlussündmuses, siis on tema kasutada kaks sellist suurt vahendite rühma, ühelt poolt võimusõnad ja teiselt poolt siis imperatiivi või käskiva kõneviisi vormid, mis mõjuvad siis kindla käsuna. Suur tänu ja vabandust aja ületamise pärast.
Aitäh! Minu arust jõudsid väga hästi aega järeldusigi tuua välja. Kas kellelgi on küsimusi? Ma toon mikrofoni ka.
Missugust viisi teie nüüd Ilonaga mõlemad ise eelistaksite või mida te peaksite õigemaks?
Ja me oleme jutlustanud üsna palju sellest, et oleks tore, kui need sildid oleksid mitmekesised, et need sildid oleksid loovad, kasutaksid erinevaid vormivõimalusi, aga kui me neid silte analüüsisime, siis me nägime tegelikult vastupidist, et oluline on funktsionaalsus ja nüüd ilmselgelt jääb leppida sellega, et funktsionaalsus tegelikult on olulisem ja et oleks nõude sisu võimalikult hästi selgelt edasi antud, siis jääb leppida sellega, mida kasutajad on siin ju ka näidanud oma valikutega, kui nad silte loovad, et see käskiv kõneviis ja need direktiivsed, otsesed direktiivsed vormid, mis on eesti keeles grammatikavahenditena olemas selgelt, et need töötavad ilmselt kõige ootuspärasemalt ja kõige funktsionaalsemalt selles diskursuses. Nii et jääme ikkagi siis selle juurde, mida kasutajad ise on otsustanud, et see sama käskiv kõneviis oma teise pöörde vormidega, nii ainsuse teise kui ka mitmuse teise pöörde vormidega, mitmuse teine pööre ühtlasi väljendab ka viisakust, see teie vorm, eks ole. Nii et tuleb ilmselt sellega leppida ja vaadata, mis siis edasi saab, loodetavasti ei tule lisapiiranguid enam.
Aitäh selle vastusest, aga veebist on tulnud ka küsimus. Margit Langemets küsib küsimused, mis ka minul tekkis. Kas võiks ennustada, mis juhtub siltidega järgmise laine ajal, mida juba oodatakse? kas on uuritud ka seost üldise suhtumise ja siltide vahel? Praegu näiteks tundub, et vahepeal on kole palju räägitud, kui ebaõiglased kõik keelud-käsud on olnud.
Jaa, tegelikult on nii, et jällegi, kui vaadata tulevikku selle materjali põhjal, mis meil nüüd praegu olemas on, siis võib ikkagi eeldada seda sama funktsionaalset käskiva kõneviisi teise pöörde vormi prevaleerimist ka edaspidi. On uuritud pisut suhtumist nendesse silditekstidesse. Sellel aastal tehti Tartu Ülikoolis üks bakalaureuse töö küsitlusega, kus siis oli küsitluses uuritud erinevate vormide taju, et kuidas vastuvõtja tajub neid vorme, kui tugev on käsk. Ja seal oli pandud ka sellised kindla kõneviisi vormid, mida me siltidelt olime näinud, et need töötavad käsuna, aga nendele anti ikkagi pigem selline hinnang, et see ei ole võib-olla päris käsk. Et järelikult ikkagi, kui tahta, et see silt töötaks nii, nagu ta töötama peab, et ta informeeriks inimesi, et ta paneks selle kogukonna ühtlaselt käituma niimoodi, nagu eeldatakse, et kaitsma ennast ja teisi selle kurja viiruse eest, siis tõenäoliselt tuleb ikkagi arvestada sellega, et need vahendid võiksid olla võimalikult funktsionaalsed. Ja ka seal selles küsitluses tulid välja tegelikult need kõige tugevamana tajutud käsud just nimelt käskiva kõneviisi teise pöörde vormides. Ja üllatavalt ka siis kindla kõneviisi üldeitus ei sisene, oli väga tugeva käsuna tajutud, tugevamana kui ära sisene.
Aitäh ja üks kiitus, aitäh selle ettekande eest. Tarbeteksti koostajale, tõlkijale, toimetajale on selline uuring väga hea sisend, tõeline rakenduslingvistika. Ja selle siis kirjutas Marja Vaba.
Aitäh.
Aga aitäh ettekande eest. Aeg on otsas, et äkki siis pärast kohvipausi ajal.
Aitäh.
Aitäh. Ja järgmise ettekande peab Liina Maurer teemal koroonakriisi kaardistamine diskursustes.
Nii. Tere kõigile. Ma räägin siis kriisi uurimisest ja täpsemalt koroonakriisist. Et kust tuli mõte kriisi uurida, tuligi aastal 2020, kui esimene laine oli just ära olnud. Et meil on praegu on Ukraina kriis, koroonakriis, õpetajate kriis, energiakriis, kõiksugu kriise, hästi palju kriise. Aga kui oli aasta 2020, siis suurim kriis oli ikkagi koroona, aga juba ajakirjandusdiskursuses tundus, et mis see kriis tegelikult on, kas me teame, mis see kriis tegelikult ka tähendab. Et me kasutame sõna kriis hästi palju, aga kas see tähendab alati sama asja, mida see kriis ikkagi tähendab. Toon näite Prantsuse ajalehtedest, ma töötan Prantsuse korpusega. Ainuüksi 2 suurimas ajalehes Le Monde ja Le Figaro mainiti sõna kriis 36 000 korda ja rohkemgi veel. Ainuüksi sõna kriis käib tohutult läbi igalt poolt, aga see tähendus pidevalt muutub. Uurimuse jaoks ma koostasin korpuse, see on kõik aastal 2020 ilmunud artiklid, mis sisaldasid vähemalt ühe korra sõna COVID-19. Miks just see sõna ja mitte näiteks koroona või SARS-CoV-2, sellepärast, et tol hetkel sõna koroona üldse ei olnudki tekkinud. Et 2020 täiesti alguses või märtsis, kui esimesed artiklid hakkasid Prantsuse meedias ilmuma, oli peamiselt COVID-19, rääkimata, et veebiversioonid töötavad erinevalt, otsingumootorid. COVID-19 oli sõna, mis töötas absoluutselt igal pool täpselt samamoodi. Kuidas me otsisime? Me sisestasin selle sama sõna COVID-19 ja laadisin massiliselt alla kõik artiklid, mis aastal 2020 ilmusid. Ajakirjad, nende veebiversioonid on erinevad, Le Figaro on märgatavalt suurem, see on 16,5 miljonit sõna. Le Monde veebiversioon on poole väiksem, 7,7 miljonit sõna. Ja siit tuleb ka välja 2 ajakirja suur erinevus, et näiteks Le Figaro's ühel hetkel ilmus artikkel iga minuti tagant. Isegi sagedamini vahepeal mitu artiklit minutis. mis teeb ajakirjanduse veel omakorda huvitavaks, et sama artiklit vahepeal ilmub 3 korda, 4 korda, et üks poliitik midagi ütles ja siis seda kogu aeg laiendatakse vastavalt, kes mida juurde kommenteerib. Samamoodi, et on erinevad nupukesed, et vahepeal ei ole isegi terve artikkel, vaid antakse ainult kõigepealt suur pealkiri, midagi, mis kohe läheb massidesse, selline nii-öelda clickbait inglise keeles, ja siis seda hakatakse laiendama. Ehk see nii-öelda korpus on kogu aeg kasvav, mis tõttu seda tuleb nii-öelda tõmmata tagant järele, sest ta kogu aeg laieneb, ta ei püsi paigal. Nii. Just. Kui ma teen väikse sissejuhatuse, et mis tegelikult Prantsusmaal toimus, me teame, mis Eestis toimus, aga Prantsusmaal oma lainetega suhteliselt sarnane, et põhilaine oli märtsis ja palju-palju suurem laine oli oktoobris. Ajaliselt oli nad umbes samamoodi, ainult et me teame, võib-olla Prantsusmaal oli selle võrra karmim, et oli õhtul liikumise piirang ja kui tahtsid välja sööma minna, siis pidid näiteks kummikinda või kilekinda endale kätte tõmbama, kui tahtsid mingit ekraani puudutada. Et igat pidi oli see nii-öelda puudutamise keeld ja liikumiskeeld, piirangud, kus sa tohtisid kõndida, mis tõttu see piiramine oli mõnevõrra karmim kui Eestis, mis kindlasti ka mõjutab seda, mida koroonast või kriisist räägiti. Kui me vaatame sõnade arvu, siis me juba näeme, et üleüldiselt kirjutati koroonast palju rohkem märtsis ja hakkas juba langema oktoobris. Kuigi me näeme, et oktoobri laine on palju-palju suurem, siis räägime sellest juba palju vähem. Eks siit tulebki see välja, et kui kiirelt inimesed tegelikult unustavad või harjuvad ära, et võtab väga vähe aega, et see muutuks tavaliseks, see on see kriisi tavaliseks muutumine. Nii. Näeme väikest tõusu, aga ikkagi ta ei jõua sinna, kuhu ta jõudis märtsis. Ja mis veel paistis välja, et nad muutusid lühemaks, mida kirjutati. Et mida aeg edasi, seda vähem me mõtleme võib-olla, kuidas me analüüsime seda või mis nüüd saab, mis juhtub ja seda enam hakkavad ilmuma uudisnupukesed. Võib-olla, et täna nii mitu juhtumit, suri nii mitu inimest, võib-olla mõne poliitiku tsitaat ja ongi kõik. Mida aeg edasi, seda vähem analüüsiti või kirjutati lühemaid artikleid. Eriti Le Figaro's, mille eripära on siis võib-olla see digiversioon, et postitatakse video, paar lauset juurde ja see ongi kogu artikkel. Kui me nüüd jõuame täpselt selle kriisi esinemissageduseni, et üks asi on koroona, aga kas see on kriis ja kas see kriis tähendab alati koroonat? Ja tulebki välja, et tegelikult ei tähenda. Siin on heatmap, mida tumedam on värv, seda rohkem mainiti sõna kriis. Näeme, et märtsis ja aprillis on olukord väga hull, suur kriis, see oli midagi uut, see oli midagi hirmutavat ja oktoobris, kus laine oli palju-palju suurem, me ei näe väga suurt tõusu. Oktoober, november, siin natukene on, ta liigub koos sellega. Nii, mis mulle veel huvi pakub, et kui te vaatate seda viimast rida ja esimest rida, need on laupäev ja pühapäev, see tähendab, et laupäeval ja pühapäeval kriisi ei ole. Ja mitte lihtsalt sellepärast, et ajakirjanikud ei töötaks laupäeval ja pühapäeval, ei, ajakirjanikud veebiversioonis ajastavad. Ilmub natuke vähem, aga ikka ilmub väga palju artikleid ka nädalavahetusel Prantsuse meedias. Aga me näeme, et reeded sageli on üpris tumedad. See tähendabki seda, et ajakirjanik reedel vaatab, et ma see nädal võib-olla ei jõudnud nii palju artikleid kirjutada, kui on vaja, ta ajastab reedel rohkem või ajastab nädalavahetusele või avaldab reedel kõik ära, mis tal veel on vaja ja siis ta saab rahuliku südamega koju minna. Et kriis on midagi, mis justkui võiks toimuda tööpäevadel. Oleks mugav. Nii. Nüüd, et minna täpsemalt kriisi sisse, siin on küll prantsuskeelsed sõnad, ei ole hullu, ma tõlgin, jagasin teemaklastritesse, see on tehtud programmiga Iramütek, mis baseerub siis R-il ja Pythonil kombineerituna, prantslased kasutavad väga palju valmis programme, kus on juba kõik sisse ehitatud. Tulevad 5 põhilist teemaklassi. Valisin aprilli ja valisin oktoobri, need on need, kus nakatumise ja surmade arvud olid kõige kõrgemad, et nüüd võrrelda, mis seal muutus, sest kui me nägime, et kriisi mainiti vähem, mis sealt siis teemadest välja tuleb. Kõige suurem Le Figaro puhul tuleb laps, elama, pere, elud, nii edasi. Tekkis grupp, mis sai siis pereelust, mis sai laste koolis käimisest, koolis ju ei saanud käia. Just selle aasta teema tuli sisse. Siis sinine, on ilmselgelt see koroona, on patsient, juhtum, surmad, haigla, haigused, täiesti eraldi koroonasektsioon. Siis lilla on majandus, euro, miljard, dollar, arvud, see on ka kõik, mis toimub majanduses, koroona mõjutas majandust, majandus oli suur murekoht. Roheline pakkus mulle hästi palju huvi, et president, Trump, Donald, Macron, Emmanuel, et see Prantsuse meedias voolab läbi, et Donald Trump on kogu aeg justkui olulisem või rohkem mainitud kui nende enda president Emmanuel Macron. Ja see on läbivalt. Ja USA valimised olid alles oktoobris, see on aprill ja juba räägiti Donald Trumpist tegelikult rohkem. Ja viimane on siis see äride osa, äri, palk, osane töö, tööpuudus ja mis saab töökohtadest peale aprilli, kui inimesed olid lukustus. Lukustus algas Prantsusmaal umbes samal ajal kui Eestis. Need olid siis need põhiviis. Ja Le Monde'is me näeme umbes sama. On rahaline osa, on viirus ja patsient, on president ja poliitika. Jällegi, me näeme Trump, valitsus, Donald, tegelikult Prantsuse presidenti isegi ei mainitud mitte kordagi. Aga mis tuleb veel nüüd ka ajakirjandus erinevusest välja, et Le Monde'is ilmub palju rohkem Le Monde, mis võib-olla kaldub natuke keskele ja vasakule poole, on elu, naine, riik, asi. Tuli välja palju rohkem naiste teema, et kui naised, kes pidid tegema 10 tegevust korraga, tegema õhtul oma tööasju, päeval koolitama lapsi ja hoidma lapsi ja tegema süüa ja kõike tegema, et see naiste mure tuli Le Monde'ist välja. Ja viimane on siis veel eriti täpselt see õpilaste koolis käimine, koolide sulgemine. Kui me võrdleme oktoobriga, me näeme, et ilmus ainult 4 klassi ja nüüd hakkasid need erinevused tulema. Et kui aprillis koroona oli igale poole sisse põimitud, igasse teemasse, siis oktoobris hakkasid tulema natuke teisugused teemad, et oli endiselt majandus, oli endiselt rahaprobleemid, rääkisime endiselt inimestest ja naistest ja lastest ja koolide sulgemine, aga see hele sinine, see 3. klass, sulgemine, restoran, Macron, baar, piirang, sulgemine, tuli sisse, et kriis ei ole mitte lihtsalt majandus või kriis ei ole, et lapsed ei saa koolis käia, kriis on, et ei saa restoranis käia, kriis on, et ei saa baaris käia, kriis on, et ma ei saa kuskile minna. Et see kriis ei ole nii väga isegi koroona, vaid kriis on, et ma ei saa midagi teha. Et see kriis ei võrdu alati selle kriisi tekitajaga. Ja Le Monde'is tulevad umbes sarnased, tuleb poliitika ja riigi pool, tuleb rahaline grupp, tuleb eraldi välja patsiendi ja nakatumiste grupp, mida te näete, et Le Figaro's tegelikult ei ilmunud. Et Le Monde ikkagi räägib veel palju rohkem koroonast, kui räägib Le Figaro. Samamoodi tuleb sisse see nii-öelda restoranid ja baarid ja piirangud, aga see hall grupp, film, õpilane, kunst, kunstnik, festival, noor, et koroona on või kriis on see, et kunsti ei saa vaadata. Kriis on see, et ei saa jalgpalli vaadata. Kriis on, et kunstigaleriides keegi ei käi. Ja siit, kui nüüd minna sinna sisse, mitte lihtsalt, et kriis on, et ei saa kuskil käia, vaid kriis on ka vastupidi, et need asutused olid probleemi ees. Prantsuse filmitööstus väga kõvasti kannatas, sellepärast inimesed olid kodus ja vaatasid Netflixi, inimesed olid kodus, vaatasid Amazon Prime, et USA meediakontsernid, meelelahutuskontsernid võtsid Prantsusmaalt väga palju mõnes mõttes ära ja see kajast, vähemalt ajakirjandusliku kajastuse poole pealt. Ma tõin ühe teksti näite, see on nüüd oktoobrist. Ma tõlkisin selle ära, see Pontoisi ülikooli inseneeria magistriprogrammi juht Alain Geyer on tervisekriis näidanud vajadust kvalifitseeritud inimeste järele, kes aitaksid õppejõududel veebiõpet läbi viia. Siiski jääb ta skeptiliseks. Digi on ülikooli tantsijanna, mis toimib kui vaateaken, kui tehnoloogia lõimimise määr jääb marginaalseks. Kui õpilasel on 20 veebitunnist vaid 3–5 tundi suhtlust õppejõuga, kes tõepoolest intensiivselt tehnoloogilisi lahendusi kasutab, siis on see juba ülim, maailma lõpp. veebikursuste läbiviimine on väljakutseks nii õpilastele kui ka õppejõududele. Ja see võtab kokku, et kriis ei tähenda ainult koroonat, kriis ei ole see, mis on see kriisi tekitaja, vaid kriis on kõik, mida koroona mõjutas. Et siin on küll tervisekriis, kriis saniteer oli igal pool, käis läbi ja me saame aru, et see tervisekriis tähendab koroonat. Aga selle sisulõigu mõte on ju, et kriis on, või probleem on see, et õppejõududel oli väga raske veebiõpid läbi viia ja õpilastel oli väga raske veebiõppes osaleda ja oli vajadus kvalifitseeritud inimeste järele. Ehk siis see kriis, me tajume kriisi, kui et see on midagi, mis juhib tähelepanu valupunktidele ühiskonnast, mis on niikuinii juba olemas. Ja teine, millele see näitab, on ajakirjanduslik korpus ja selle komplekssus. Et sa võid mingite parameetrite alustel selekteerida välja justku väga ühetaolise korpuse, kus on väga sarnased artiklid, mis kõik sisaldavad mingit sõna või räägivad mingist kindlast teemast ja sa saad tagasi midagi totaalselt teist. Et igas artiklis käis läbi vähemalt ühe korra koroona, aga see ei pruukinud mitte kuidagi koroonast rääkida. See terve artikkel võis rääkida jalgpallist ja koroona oli seal mainitud ainult ühe korra, et tänu koroonale ei saa sellel võistlusel pealtvaatajad osaleda või peavad osalema laivis. Ehk siis sa otsid midagi, eeldades, et sa saad täpselt samad tulemused tagasi, aga ta peegeldab sulle tagasi midagi hoopis veel teist, et sa ei saa seda vaadata kui kvantitatiivsete vahenditega ja eeldada, et sa saad nüüd mingisugused ühetaolised tulemused, sa pead minema veel uuesti teksti sisse, sest et sealt avaneb veel uuesti nii palju. Ehk siis kriis on midagi, mis muutub ajas. Kriis ei ole seesama, mis kriisi tekitab. Kriis on kõik need ühiskonna valupunktid, mida ajakirjandus lihtsalt välja toob. Nii, kasutatud kirjandus. Ja aitäh teile!
Aitäh, väga huvitav ettekanne ja nüüd on meil 10 minutit küsimuste jaoks. Kas kellelgi on küsimusi? On.
Mina olen Maria. Kas see töötab? Ja. Mina olen Maria Maren ERÜ-st. Mina tahaksin küsida metoodika kohta, et kumb oli see otsisõna, kas COVID-19 või kriis?
Alustasin COVID-19, see on see, kuidas korpus koguti. Ma tahtsin uurida kriisi, aga küll ma kogusin korpuse, ma teadsin, et baas on koroonakriis, aga ma eeldasin, et see kriis ei tähenda ainult koroonat, mis tõttu kõigepealt ma valisin välja artiklid, mis sisaldasid sõna COVID-19 ja siis selle seest ma hakkasin otsima kriisi.
Siit tuleb, ma sain ka nii aru ja siit tuleb minu teine küsimuse pool, et seal on see periood, oli näha ka sellel diagrammil, kus nagu siis aprillis, mais oli teravik üleval, ei mitte järgmine, sellest järgmine. Ja siis langeb seal, ja te tõite just esile, et justkui seal oktoobris, et on uus laine, aga sõnakasutuses ei kajastu. Aga see ongi see koht, kus kohas tekkisid need teised tähistajad. Et kui otsisõna on ainult COVID-19, siis sügiseks oli sellel nii mitu tähistajat, et tegelikult need proportsioonid on teised. Et see on see, mille ma tahtsin esile tuua. Aitäh.
See on hästi huvitav, et kui ma vaatasin neid, aitäh selle küsimuse eest, kui ma vaatasin ka ükshaaval neid läbi, siis sageli on ühes lauses või võtame 2-3 lauset kõrvuti, nii koroona, SARS-CoV-2 või kriis või tervisekriis, et kuidas selekteerida nüüd välja, et kui ma võtan ka artiklid, mis on seostavad sõna koroonat, kui need on ühes lauses koos, siis nad alati duubeldavad. See on see hästi suur küsimus, et kuidas ma siis võtan, mida ma jätan. Et sellega peab arvestama, et neid sõnu tekkis hüppeliselt juurde ja ka igasuguseid hüüdsõnu, mis sellele tekkis. Et sellega ma kindlasti arvestan, aga lihtsalt, et hetkel see COVID-19 oli kõige sagedasem ja see lihtsalt töötab otsingumootorites täpselt samamoodi.
Kas on? Jah.
ma äkki kommenteerin lihtsalt seda, et see COVID-19 oli ka sellepärast hea otsingusõna, et meil oli eesmärk teha ka võrdlev korpus. Et inglise keeles, see ole New York Timesist ja The Wall Street Journalist võtta, siis see COVID-19, mõtlesime just selle koroonakriisi ümber, kuidas seda korpust kokku panna ja siis see töötas nii enam-vähem võrreldavalt, et alati sa pead mingid valikud langetama. Et see on selles mõttes niisugune just nagu võrdlev projekt, millest me praegu räägime just sellest prantsusekeelsest osast, millega me tegeleme.
Küsin igaks juhuks, et kas äkki on saalis veel küsimusi? Eelmine kord ma unustasin seda vaadata, kui ma hakkasin ekraani vaatama. Aga jah, Margit Langemets on veebis küsinud, kas Prantsuse kõrvalt tegite tähelepanekuid samal ajal Eesti kohta? Kas paistis midagi silma?
Kuna see projekt on laiem, me tahame uurida, mina uurin Prantsuse poolt, Raili Marling uurib ingliskeelset poolt ja plaanisime teha ka Eesti poolt, aga tuleb mängu mahu küsimus, et kui palju avaldatakse Eesti ajakirjades, kas see on mõõdetav korpus. Et kui Prantsusmaal, ma mainisin, et mõnel kuul tõesti iga päev, iga minut artikkel tuli välja, siis Eesti korpus on lihtsalt niivõrd väike, et sealt teha sellist suuremat analüüsi. Saab sõnatasandil, nagu Külli Haabit tegi, vaatas konkreetseid sõnu, aga teemablokke, see sõnade arv võib olla lihtsalt liiga väike, et midagi üldistada. Ehk siis Eesti korpuse me jätsime hetkel kõrvale.
Kas on veel küsimusi? Kas me Kirlis on küsimus sulle, kas me lähme järgmise esineja juurde? Siis aitäh esinejale. Laksutame. Ja lähme siis 5 minutit varem järgmise esineja juurde, Marge Käsper. Mida kriisis võib ja saab? Koroonakriis ja modaalverbid meediatekstis.
Tere ka minu poolt ja teemaga lähme sama asjaga edasi, ilmsesti viirusdiskursus, isegi nõudlikust veebivormist ma räägin modaalverbidest, modaalverbide kategooriast meediatekstis ja juba läks liiga palju. Nii, jah. Ja selle sama korpuse põhjal, mida Liina nüüd tutvustas, siis ma võtsin sellise ühe täpsema küsimuse, et just võttes ka need samad lained, arvestades neid, siis proovides nagu mõelda, et mida muud annab nüüd üks selline spetsiifiline korpus, mida me kogusime, et kuidas ühe sellise keelekategooriaga kaudu näiteks nagu modaalverbid, et kuidas avada seda sisu siis sellest küljest ja siis ühtlasi siis teada saada ka modaalverbide kohta, et kuidas nad toimivad, mida nad kõnelevad nüüd selle konkreetse korpuse kontekstis. Ja ma võib-olla nii palju nagu täpselt erinevatele nendele verbivormidele, isikutele ei keskendunud. Juba esimene erinevus ongi see, et ajakirjanduses ei ole palju nagu sina ja teie vormi, vaid on just pigem nagu see kolmas isik, kes siis teeb umbisikuliselt või keegi midagi teeb. Aga mind huvitas just see pingeväli nagu selle võimalikkuse ja vajalikkuse vahele. Et isegi rohkem nagu sellele võimalikkusele keskendudes, aga nagu vajalikkust ka, et võrreldes neid, et kuidas ühest küljest nagu võimalikkust luuakse, et seal kuidas modaalverb töötab kui sellise argumenteerimise üks atribuute. On 2 näidet, üks on kaugtöö, selline, et kuidas kaugtöö kohustuslikuks muutub ja siis mida ta ütleb selle kriisi kohta, nagu selle modaalverbide kohta kaudu, mida saab öelda. Ja siis aspektid, mis sealt sees nagu huvitavad on võib-olla nagu eitus ja siis määruste, rõhumääruste kasutamine.
kuidas, mõtlesin natukene teha seda esitlust või ütleme, nad on nagu küsimused, kuidas arendada edasi uurimusi, mis on tehtud, mida see uus korpus nende kohta nagu ütleb, et see on tehtud, selles varasem uurimusega, aastaarv on 22, et see on nüüd üks selline kaardistus, mis me tegime Raili Marlinguga just nagu võrdlevas perspektiivis, Prantsusmaa, USA ja Eesti, siis ka selliselt kvalitatiivselt, et vaatasime sellised nagu domineerivad diskursused ühiskonnas ajalehtede kaudu, mis puudutavad nagu seda kaugtöö kohustuslikumaks muutumist, et mis nii või teisiti muutus koroona ajal kohustuslikuks, kui varem ta oli selline, ütleme, pigem nagu kas privilegeeritute võimalus või midagi taolist, et siis seda eelnevat, koroona eelnevat olukorda kaardistades ma kasutasin Sketch Engine'is saada olevaid teisi korpusi, et näiteks kui võtta French Web 2012, et siis vähemasti täiesti leiab seal näiteid, eks ole, ka kaugtöö kohta, mis on see teletravail, ja need verbid, mis koos esinevad, siis on see devoir ja pouvoir, on need kaks põhiverbi, mis prantsuse keeles on, et devoir on siis see pidama, tohtima, nagu see vajalikkuse näitaja, episteemilisust ja kõiksuguseid funktsioone, mis ta kannab, aga ütleme suures plaanis nagu see vajalikkus ja siis see pouvoir on võimalikkus, et saama, võima, suutma, et need tähendusvärvid. Ja kui sinna sisse vaadata näidetesse, siis hirmus palju ei ole, aga tegelikult väga ühesuguselt, et nüüd see on see 2012 kontekst endiselt, et siis kui on nagu see võimalikkus, et siis mida kaugtöö võimaldab suures plaanis, nagu selgitused, nagu see vaadata neid teksti lugedes, ja kui on nüüd nagu see vajalikkus, mida peab, siis tegelikult, et mis asi kaugtöö peaks olema või peab olema sellised arutelud ja nii. Aga kui me jõuame nüüd sellesse koroonakriisi 2020-2021 nagu pealkirjade tasandil, see, mis on nagu hästi domineeriv tõesti, nagu millest Liina ka rääkis, et see hästi kohustuslik, see selline eestlased olid pigem nagu rõõmsad, said maale sõita ja siis seal teha rahulikult oma kaugtööd, see ei olnud nagu väga probleem, aga eriti prantslaste see ametnikkond, et nad olid ikka väga hädas, nad ei olnud kunagi kaugtööd teinud ja see oli selline, nad tundus nagu, et ei ole väga õnnelikud või sellised, see hästi tugev kohustuslikkus, et need pealkirjad, mis ma mõned tõlkisin siit, et kaugtöö peab jääma normiks, ettevõtetes tugevdatakse kontrolli, selline kontrolliaparaadi tunne, et nõutakse võimalikult palju ja nii edasi, et siis et sellise nagu üldpilt, mis on nagu domineeriv diskursus. Aga nüüd huvitav on see, et kui ma võtsin selle meie uue korpuse, siis suurema korpuse ette, kus on nüüd kõik tekstid, eks ole, kus mainitakse, ütleme siis COVID-19, sedasi, et siit ta nüüd väga selgelt ei paista, eks ole, teil ka sealt, aga see on nüüd üks teine prantslaste programm, mis visualiseerib sõnade omavahelisi suhteid, arvestades seda, et kui palju see sõna üldse seal tekstis nagu esineb ja siis mis kõige suurema tõenäosusega need kõrvuti esinevad sõnad, need occurrence'id on, et lihtsalt anda mingisuguseid selliseid nagu ettekujutus, et mis on need korduvused tekstides ja siit, mis siit nüüd mis otseselt ei paista, aga siin on nüüd sees sõna see pidama pööv ja mitte nüüd nagu see, et mitte peab, vaid mis võimaleb, et tegelikult see, mis korduv argument tekstides on, mille kaudu seda kaugtööd seletatakse, on see, et kaugtööga inimesed saavad töötada, see võimaldab töötada. Mis on ka nagu loogiline, et okei, nagu pealkirjades on see kohustuslik, aga see, mida nagu korratakse tekstide sees või et millest nagu räägitakse, et selgub, et see on tegelikult korduv on see, et see nagu tore või vähemasti, et nagu see argument, et inimesed saavad töötada. Ja ma mõtlesin ka, et see on nüüd nagu terve 2020 aasta võetud praegu praegu selles Figaro allkorpus, ma mõtlesin, äkki see on mingi selline parempoolne ettevõtjate poole kaldu selline ajaleht, et vaatame, mis on Le Monde'is, see on Le Monde 2020 tervikult, et siin on isegi nagu veel rõõmsam pilt, et siin on nüüd see, nagu Liina ütles, et need koduprobleemid ja tegelikult need perenaised ja tegelikult hästi palju selliseid nagu muljetamist inimeste, lihtinimese kajastamist on nagu see, mida Le Monde teeb ja siin on nüüd nagu need muljed, mis käivad nüüd koos selle kaugtööga, et nad soovivad, rõõmustas, meeldiks taas sellised sõnad, et see on see, kuidas mis korduvad, ütleme siis nagu sellise kaugtööga. Nüüd, mida kriisi kohta, kui kriisi mõiste juurde tulla tagasi, siis mis need modaalverbid ütlevad kriisi kohta? Ma vaatasin, et hirmus palju näiteid jällegi ei ole isegi, aga kui võtta nüüd nagu kuude kaupa, siis märts-aprill on mõned juhtumid, kus arutatakse, et mis siis kui see võimalikkus, et kui kriis peaks kestma, aga tegelikult suures osas, kui neid üldistada nagu üldistavalt tõlkida, siis on arutlused selle üle, et kas kriis peab isegi või peaks olema võimalus vastutustundlikumalt mõtlema hakata. Et meie mõtlemismudel muutub loodushoidlikumaks ja sõbralikuks ja kõik selline diskursus, mille üle nagu arutatakse ja kui oktoobrisse ja novembrisse tulla, et siis tõepoolest, et aitab juba sellest kriisist, see on majandusteemadel, esiteks oktoobrist tuli ainult ühe näite leidsingi, et kriis ei tohi olla võimalus meie Hiina-Ameerika konkurentide jaoks ja siis novembrisse ka siseriiklike reformiplaane igasugused massi mitte õigustada, et ühesõnaga kokkuminek. Ja kui võtta see võimalikkus, siis natuke analoogselt, et mõned näited sellest, et äkki kestab veel või võib süveneda, aga jällegi see märtsis-aprillis selline diskursus, et see on võimalus, et elu läheb paremaks ja et võimalus leppimisteks, terve mõistuse juurde tagasipöördumiseks, tegelikult ka investeerimiseks ja hoiatused ka, et tegelikult võib minna hullemaks ka, et aga nagu sellised, mis need võimalikkused on, millele nagu arutatakse, konstrueeritakse, et inimesed istusid selles lockdownis, aga oktoober-november on küll sellised, täpselt see majandusteemades on hoiatused, et kriis võib kahjustada niimoodi letaalselt majandust kestvalt, aga ta samas tegelikult ka motiveeris inimesi näiteks medtõdedeks hakkama ja üldsegi inimeste suhtumine on nagu positiivseks muutunud nagu riikliku koordineerimise kohta ja lõpeks selline inspiratsiooniallikas ja muutuste kiirend ja taolised, et selline kuhu ma jõuangi, et ideoloogiline niimoodi inimeste suunamise või mõtete suunamise vahend tuleb siit välja nagu nende modaalsuste kaudu, et kuidas ehitatakse kuidas selliste korduvuste kaudu vaikselt inimeste, sest mis on ajalehtede funktsioon, ongi natuke nagu kriisi selgitada, juhendada inimesi taoliselt, et siit, kui natuke veel kaevata, siis üks asi, mis ma tahtsin modaalverbidega seoses nagu uurida, mõtlesin, et eitused ja määrsõnad, et kui ma 2016 ühe uurimuse tegin nüüd sellise, ta on peamiselt ilukirjanduslik, seal on nagu mitte ilukirjanduslik tekst, materjale ka sees, selline prantsuse-eesti tõlkekorpus, siis selle materjali peale tundus nagu väga hea moodus nagu defineerimaks, et mis on vasted sellele pouvoirile eesti keeles, et kas see on nagu saama, suutma, võima, need jooksevad nagu erinevalt need vasted, et siis et tundus, et väga hästi töötab see, et kui vaadata eituse kaudu, et mida eitatakse, kas selliseid konkreetseid väliseid vahendeid, näiteks ruumis mingid olud on, mis takistavad midagi, et inimene ei saa midagi teha, et siis oli saama, kui olid viidatud mingisugust ajalistele, et siis ma enam kiriku kell lõi, ma enam ei jõudnud või enam ei suutnud kannatada. Siis see oli need vähesed korrad, kus suutma tuli ja siis see võim oli selline, üldiselt oli vähem eituses. Siis oli see, mis on need võimalikkused sellised. Et see töötas selle korpuse pealt hästi, aga kui nüüd siit vaadata seda ajakirjanduskorpust, et need muidugi sellised nii või teisiti ligikaudsed arvutused, aga mitut pidi vaadates tundus, et eitust nende modaalverbidega oli seal korpuses üsna vähe. Tõin just välja selle ilukirjanduse, kus isegi kui prantsuse keelest eesti keel tõlkides lausa 51% oli seal nende arvude järgi, siis siin selles meie korpuses tundis 14-15% eitusega koos esinesid need modaalverbid. Et ilmselt vähem teda on ja mis nüüd sellise interpreteeriva hüpoteesina võin pakkuda, et see viis mind mõtted ühele testile, mida ma siia viitan ei pannudki jääd, aga seoses üks filosoof, millest on hakatud rääkima siin koroona ajal, tegin mõte vabadust, et mis asi see meie vabadus on, et mismoodi defineeritakse, et on olemas positiivne ja negatiivne vabadus, Berlin, negatiivne vabadus on see, et räägitakse piirideks, mida ma ei saa teha, eks ole, ja tegelikult mõnes mõttes ilukirjandus ongi see tegelased, et kui sa oled õnnelik, siis ei kirjuta midagi, eks ole, ja et on ikkagi see õnnetu elu, eks ole, kes keegi ei armasta või on välised tingimused, mis iganes, et selles mõttes selline negatiivse vabaduse katalüsaator, et võib-olla ongi tõesti ilukirjanduses rohkem eitust, mida ei saa, ja ajakirjandus kui selline, positiivne vabadus on siis selline programm, et mida siis olemuslikult, mida saaks, mitte defineerida seda nende piirangute kaudu, vaid siis sellega, mida saaks teha ja siis need arutelud, mis siin näha olid, et need täitsa viivad mõtted selles suunas, et see on selline kaevamise koht, ma arvan. Nüüd, mis vääriks ka kaevamist, ma arvan, et täpsemalt, et mulle tundub, et võiks töötada päris hästi on, et see, kuidas rõhutatakse, modaalsust modaliseeritakse veel, et kuidas rõhutatakse, mis määrused või rõhumäärused esinevad koos nendega, et ma vaatasin, et kui ma võtsin nüüd, mis seal kõrvuti esinevad, siis aprillis ma sain sellised raskesti, kergesti, tõepoolest, tegelikult sellised möönvad nõustumised, et okei, meil on raske, aga saame aru, loomulikult, muidugi lihtsasti, mõistlikult, et igasse näitesse peab midagi juurde sisse vaatama endiselt, et vaatame, mis seal on, et samad see, et nad võivad mitut pidi ka töötada. Aga ütleme see üldplaan, mis siit joonistub vastukaaluks näiteks oktoobri näidetele, kus siis see kiiresti parem veel, see kiiresti võib olla ka need, et just nimelt, et nii kiiresti ei saa või tavalised, aga ikkagi selline praktilisem, et mitte nii hirmus sellisel mööndusel, ütleme sellisele rahulikkusele manitsev, vaid tegelikult ongi see, et siin keskel on need siis nimisõnad, mis sagedasemad olid nende samade tähendab, siin on nüüd see võima, just see võimaga, need seosed välja toodud ja siin ongi, et kui aprillis ongi sage viirus ja siis üks on see veebiäpp, ka see aplikatsioon on seal üks esimesi, et mis on pigem sagedased, aga siis oktoobris on seal mängija, tõesti see jalgpallurite teema, et tahaks juba jalgpall tõuseb oluliseks teemaks, et on üks tegevusi, mida tahaks, on restoranid ja siis kaugtööd saab teha, see võimaldab kõike seda ikkagi kuidagi ühiskonda hoida, et tegelikult ta jookseb erinevate erinevate markerite või eriti kaudu, eks need teemad jooksevadki kokku, sest et jutud ja see materjal on meil samad. Et siit, mis ma siia panin, lõpuks, kuna mul pealkirjas oli see, et mida saab ja võib, et siis ma panin need tegevused ka siia, aga siit teistmoodi jookseb see, et need sihitisverbid, mis siis nagu selle saamaga on, et aprillis arutatakse selle üle, et taas avada, taas alustada, et millal ükskord ometi saaks nagu lahti, aga istuvad, aga siis oktoobris on siin et see võib jääda ja jätkuda ja peab arvestama, aga mida saab teha, et need asjad, nii et tegelikult need verbid ise nagu väga hästi töötanud, aga just need teised, et ma tooks välja selle kokkuvõtteks, mis ikkagi nagu huvitavalt töötab, minu arvates on nagu tõesti see, et modaalverbid kui sellised, mõnes mõttes nagu sellised tagasihoidlikud, sellised ideoloogia abimehed, aga kuidas nad nagu konstrueerivad seda tähendust, et mis ühel või teisel mõistel on, et selle kohta viide ka, et kust see mõte uurida, et kriis ise on ka väga ideoloogiline mõiste muidugi, aga ikkagi, kuidas see tähenduste konstrueerimine käib ja siin ja samas, et igal keeleelemendil on oma oluline roll argumentatsioonis. Need tõlkisin mõned näited siin ka ära vastavalt, aga ma ei hakka enam kokku lugema või sinna ette lugema, et mis on sellised väga ideoloogilised nagu sellised sõnavõtud, nagu just president. Siin on Macronist ka siiski räägitakse, teda nagu tsiteeritakse, et siin see Macroni näide oligi see, et kriisid võivad olla lõppeks progressi kiirendid. Me peame olema valmis ajalooga kaasas käima, nii Prantsusmaal on kõik kaardid, et selleks valmis olla. Selline hästi suht pateetiline. Nii, aga aitäh teile ja viited on ka siin, et ma panin selle ühe tumedeks, mis on just nagu selline lähenemine, mida üks prantslane on arendanud seda, et kuidas seda just, et argumentatsiooni kaudu, kuidas siis kursuses modaalverbid ja igasugune modaalsus defineerib semantiliselt need sõnu, et mida mõisted endas sisaldavad, just vaadates, et kuidas nad nagu diskursuses töötavad. Et selline koroona diskursus.
Aitäh jälle väga huvitava ettekande eest. Kas on küsimusi? Kas veebis on küsimusi? Aga kas midagi jäi endale veel südamele, mida tegelikult tahaks veel öelda?
Ma võib-olla rõhutakski seda, et tegelikult see spetsiifiline korpus, mis meil on, et on meediatekstid ja et selles, kuidas töötavad mõisted, kuidas igasugused keelekategooriad töötavad, et seda on praegu väga võrdluses väga tore oli vaadata just, et kuidas on siltide žanr, kuidas töötab ja siis kuidas töötab teine, eks ole, et need on sellised hoopis teiselaadne asi, kui võtta suur igasugusest materjalist kokku kogutud korpus, mis on rohkem nagu keele analüüsimiseks, et kuidas meil tõesti eesti keeles sõnad töötavad, et selleks on need tasakaalukorpused, referentskorpused, aga meil isegi ei ole seda eesmärki, et sõna defineerida nii, et kuidas ta keeles töötab, vaid meid huvitabki see, et kuidas siis selles situatsioonis, selles temaatikas töötavad mõned mõisted, keelekategooriad, et see on selline teistlaadi, just nimelt selline diskursusanalüüsi lähenemisviis.
Ja kas on kindlasti mõtteid edasi uurimiseks, et mis saab edasi?
Sealt korpusest annab nagu kõike vaadata, et siin mis meil on, siit saab vaadata tegelikult, et mis on see metafoorika, kuidas kriisi kujutatakse, võrdlused ja mind ennast huvitavad just igasugused väikesed sõnad selles, et need modaalverbid kuni eesti keeles ja näiteks pisikene juu, kuidas see töötab, mis oleks prantsuse keeles kõik need väikesed need diskursuse markerid, mida seda võetakse sellise ka, et kuidas tublilt teksti kirjutada õpetamise aspektist tihtipeale, et kuidas me argumenteerime hästi, aga siin, et kuidas nad tähendusi konstrueerivad, et seda ja kuidas nad muudavad, samamoodi kuidas nad kriisi nagu tavaliseks muudavad, et kuidas me harjume mõistetega ära, et see on nagu üks kohti, mille pealt seda uurida, et sinna suunas meil liiguvad järgmised mõtted ja ettekanded.
Kas nüüd on tekkinud küsimusi? Kas veebis ei ole ka endiselt küsimusi? Ahah.
Mul on üks kommentaar, mis võib-olla haakub ka selle eelmise ettekande, et eelmise ettekande selles diskussioonis tuli välja, et nagu Eesti korpustest ei ole nagu sellist head võrdlusalust, et te jätsite selle kõrvale. Aga nüüd sellest ettekandest ma nägin, et neid nii-öelda sketch engine'i kaudu tunduvad need prantsuse keele üldised veebikorpused. Et see võiks olla see materjal, mida saaks, mille alusel saaks eesti keele ja prantsuse keele diskursust võrrelda.
Jah, sest eesmärk on meil ikkagi nagu võrrelda, et tahaks, eks ole, kui me siin Eestis seda Eesti diskursust ka, et see ajakirjandusmaterjali kogumisega oli nagu keeruline jah, et me oleme püüdnud. Öeldeski, et meil on väike korpus, ja siis, et meil on selline kvantanalüüs prantsuse ja inglise keele pealt, aga eesti keele pealt sinna pigem nagu kvalitatiivne, väiksema materjali pealt, et sellised asju me oleme püüdnud, aga just Sketch Engine'ist nagu selliste teiste referentskorpuste kaudu see on väga väike, et sealt saab neid seoseid luua, sest et see on meie eesmärk vahendada, eks ole, ja nagu võrrelda, et mis me tõesti ainult prantsuse keele kohta uuritakse Prantsusmaal ka.
Kas on veel küsimusi? Kui ei ole, siis aitäh ettekande eest. Ja saame minna kohvipausile.
Baby, I can see your hello. You know you're my saving grace. You're everything I need and more. It's written all over your face. Baby, I can feel your hello. Pray it won't fade away. Everywhere I'm looking now, I'm surrounded by your embrace. Baby, I can see your hello. You know you're my saving grace. You're everything I need and more. It's written all over your face. Baby, I can feel your hello. I pray it won't fade away. I can feel your hello. I can feel your hello. Hello. I can feel your hello. I can feel your hello. I can feel your Yesterday I got so old I felt like I could die. Yesterday I got so old it made me want to cry. Go on, just walk away. Go on, your choice is made. Go on and disappear. Go on, away from here. And I know I was wrong when I said it was true, that it couldn't be me and be her in between without you. Without you. Yesterday I got so scared, I shivered like a child.
Yesterday away from you, it froze me deep inside. Come back, don't walk away. Come back, come back, come back today. Come back, why can't you see? Come back, come back, come back to me. And I know I was wrong when I said it was true, that it couldn't be me and be her in between without you.
Fly me to the moon and let me sing among those stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, baby, kiss me. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. Fill my heart with song, let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. You
everything is wonderful. Being here is heavenly. Every single day she says everything is free. I used to be so careless, as if I couldn't care less. Did I have to make this mess when I was Mary's prayer? Suddenly the heavens roared, suddenly the rain came down, suddenly it was washed away, the Mary that I knew. So when you find somebody to keep, think of me and celebrate. I made such a big mistake when I was Mary's prayer. So if I say save me, be the light in my eyes. And if I say thank you, Mary, leave a light on in heaven for me. Blessed is the one to share your power and your beauty, Mary. Blessed is the millionaire who shares your wedding day. So when you find somebody to keep, think of me and celebrate. I made such a big mistake when I was Mary's prayer. So if I say save me, be the light in my eyes. And if I say thank you, Mary, leave the light on in heaven for me. If you want the fruit to fall, you have to give the tree a shake. If you shake the tree too hard, the body's gonna break. And if you can't reach the top of the tree, Mary, you can pull me up there. What I wouldn't give to be when I was Mary's prayer. So if I say save me, be the light in my eyes. And if I say thank you, Mary, leave a light on in heaven. Save me, be the light in my eyes. What I wouldn't give to be when I was Mary's prayer.
Oh, they say people come, say people go. This particular diamond was extra special. And though you might be gone, and the world may not know, still I see you celestial. Like a lion you ran, a goddess you rode, like an eagle you circled in perfect purple. So how come things move on? How come cars don't slow when it feels like the end of my world? When I should, but I can't let you go. But when I'm cold, when I'm cold, there's a light that you bring me. friends till we die. But the changing of winds and the way waters flow, life is short as the falling of snow. And now I'm gonna miss you, I know. But when I'm cold in water, so I know you're always with me, and the way you will show you're with me wherever I go.
I don't know where I'm going, but I should know where I've been. Hanging on the promises and the songs of yesterday. When I made up my mind, yes I did. I ain't wasting no more time. Here I go again. Here I go again. Though I keep searching for an answer, well, I never seem to find what I'm looking for. Oh Lord, I pray to give me strength to carry on. And I've made up my mind. I ain't wasting no more time. And here I go again on my own, going down the only road I've ever known. Like a drifter, I was born to walk alone. 'Cause I know what it means to walk alone, the lonely street of dreams. Just another heart that needs a rescue, waiting on love's sweet charity. I'm gonna hold on for the rest of my days, 'cause I know what it means to walk alone, the lonely street of dreams. And here I go again on my own, going down the only road I've ever known. Like a drifter, I was born to walk alone. And I've made up my mind. I ain't wasting no more time. So here I go again. Here I go again. Baby, here I go again. Here I go again.
Walking your rainbow paradise.
have to say you love me. You don't have to say nothing. You don't have to say you're mine. Oh, honey, I walk through fire for you. Just let me adore you. Oh, honey, I walk through fire for you. Just let me adore you. Like it's the only thing I ever do. Like it's the only thing I ever do. Your wonder under some skies. Brown skin and lemon over eyes. Would you believe it? Oh, you don't have to say you love me. I just wanna tell you something. Lately you've been on my mind. I walk through fire for you. Just let me adore you. Oh, honey, I walk through fire for you. Just let me adore you. Like it's the only thing I ever do. Like it's the only thing I ever do. Oh, honey, I walk through fire for you. Just let me adore you. Oh, honey, I walk through fire for you. Just let me adore you. Like it's the only thing I ever do. Walk through fire for you. Just let me adore you. Oh, honey, walk through fire for you. Just let me adore you. Like it's the only thing I ever do. Though I tried before to tell her of the feelings I have for her in my heart. Every time that I come near her, I just lose my nerve as I've done from the start. Every little thing she does is magic. Everything she did just turns me on. Even though my life before was tragic, now I know my love for her goes on. Do I have to tell the story of 1,000 rainy days since we first met? It's a big enough umbrella, but it's always me that ends up getting wet. Every little thing she does is magic. Everything she did just turns me on. Even though my life before was tragic, now I know my love for her goes on. I resolved to call her up 1,000 times a day and ask her if she'll marry me in some old-fashioned way. But my silent fears have gripped me long before I reach the phone, long before my tongue has stripped me. Must I always be
Ja nii, kallis rahvas, kogunegem. On 1 minut aega veel. Alustame siis meie viimase kõige lühema ettekande sektsiooniga. Meil on siin 2 ettekannet. Esimese peavad Peep Nemvalts ja teised. See on väga intrigeeriva pealkirjaga. Mis teadust teed? Eesti teaduskeel eestikeelse doktorandi töös. Palun.
Tere kuulama meie töörühma esialgset ülevaadet sellest uuringust. Meil on, nagu te näete, töörühmas 4 inimest, 3/4 nendest on samad, kes 10 aastat tagasi esimese uuringu tegid. 2 meie hulgast, Eve-Liis ja Triin on seal taga, on meie Ühiskonnateaduste Instituudi sotsioloogid ja meie Helenaga oleme siis keeleteadlased. Helena on nüüd uuena liitunud meie töörühmaga sujuvalt. Ja nüüd enne, kui ma annan sõna Eve-Liisile uuringu tutvustamiseks ja esialgsete järelduste jaoks, siis niisuguse ääremärkusena, et miks me kasutame terminina doktorand, mitte doktorant, olles ka nõu pidanud klassikaliste filoloogidega, siis tundub üha enam, et oleks otstarbekas süsteemselt ja ühtemoodi tarvitada neid ladina gerundiivist pärinevaid termineid, sealhulgas siis ka magistrand ja teised. Ja kui me vaatame ka teisi keeli, siis enamikus keeltes ongi see ladinapärane süsteemne kuju ja kahtlustatavasti on doktorant tulnud meile vene keele kaudu, kuhu see omakorda on arvatavasti laenatud prantsuse keelest, nagu see tihti on, aga edendagem seda süsteemsust siis ja Eve-Liis jätkab.
Aitäh, Peep. Võtan siit üle ja tutvustan meie uurimistöö uurimisküsimusi. Et uurime siis Eesti doktorantide arvamusi ja kogemusi keelekasutusest akadeemilises suhtluses ja meile täpsemalt pakub huvi keelevaliku probleem. Esiteks juba see, et kuivõrd seda tajutakse, et on üldse valik, kas on valik või on iseenesest mõistetav, et jah, muidugi mul on valik. Ja siis selle juures uurisime ka seda, et kuivõrd doktorandid tunnevad, et kas neil on teadusteksti kirjutades raskusi ja seda nii eesti kui inglise keeles. Loomulikult on lisaks eesti ja inglise keelele ka muid keeli, milles Eesti doktorandid või Eestis doktorantidena, toimetavad tegelased ka muudes keeltes, aga jah, et selline valdav on muidugi eesti versus inglise keel või eesti-inglise keel koos. Ja ka terminite küsimus on siis üks nendest raskuskohtadest, mis enamasti doktoritöös tuleb. Lühidalt meie teoreetilisest raamistikust, et me tugineme John Berry mudelile kultuuride vahelistest strateegiatest, kus kohtuvad 2 dimensiooni. Ühelt poolt päritolukultuur, meie töö kontekstis on see kohalik teadus, kohalikus keeles teadussuhtluse säilitamine, et kuivõrd olulised on kontaktid just ja osalus selles eestikeelses teadusruumis, kui oluliseks ja väärtuslikuks seda peetakse, ja teine dimensioon on siis John Berry sõnadega sihtkultuur, aga meil siis rahvusvaheline teadusruum, mis tõesti suuresti on ingliskeelne, aga siiski mitte ainus. Ja kui need kaks dimensiooni siin omavahel kokku saavad maatriksis, siis see integratsioonilahter on see justkui kõige soositum või kõige positiivsem või kõige selline viljakam teadustöö tegemise segment, et kus väärtustatakse nii seda kohalikku teadusruumi kui ka rahvusvahelist, et panustatakse mõlemasse, osaletakse mõlemas. Veel skeemidest, et siin on meil Richard Scotti institutsioonide kihilisuse mudel. Mudel on võrdlemisi kompleksne, aga ma keskendun sellele keskmisele osale siin ehk organisatsioonide tasandile, mis on siis sisuliselt meie uuringu mõttes ülikool. Ja ülikoolis saavad kokku väga erinevad tegutsejad, üliõpilased, professorid, lektorid, teadurid ja nende tegelikult käes on võimalus luua seda keskkonda, kus siis teaduse tegemine toimub, alustades doktoritöö hindamiskriteeriumitest, lõputööde juhenditest, õppekavadest, teadustöö hindamise kriteeriumitest, et seal saab nagu see aktiivne tegutsemine toimuda, kus siis erinevad need osapooled tegutsejad saavad teha strateegilisi valikuid, kasutada oma leidlikkust, et kuidas siis võib-olla seda, mis meil seal üleval on, see kastikene tähistab justkui sellist üldisemat riiklike strateegiate või ka miks mitte Euroopa strateegiates võib-olla selliseid suuniseid, reegleid või ka vaikimisi mingisuguseid arusaamu, et näiteks kas siis inglise keel peaks olema just ülimuslik või mitte, et kuidas siis altpoolt need tegutsejad tegelikult saavad läbi selle organisatsiooni tekitada ka uuendust ja muutusi. Mis me siis tegime? Me oleme viinud läbi 2 uuringut, esiteks siis aastal 2012 ja kordusuuringuna 2022, nüüd sellel talvel. Me küsitlesime Eesti doktorante ja läbi doktorikoolide. Võtsime ühendust kõikide doktorikoolidega ja palusime oma küsimustikku levitada. Esimesel korral me saime 240 vastust, teisel korral 101. Võib tunduda, et me oleme teisel korral tibake ebaõnnestunud, aga see ei ole päris nii, sellepärast et doktorantide hulk on vähenenud ja mis kõige tähtsam, on vähenenud eestikeelsete õppekavade hulk drastiliselt. Et eestikeelsete kõrval on nüüd üksjagu ka sellised eesti ja inglise koos õppekavasid. Nii et need proportsioonid on vähenenud selline 1,6 korda, aga et meil on siin selline 2-kordne vahe siis, et eks tänapäeval on ka keerulisem inimesi saada küsimustikele vastama. Meie valimis on esindatud kõik meie ülikoolid. 2022 ei ole EBS-i, et nende vastuseid me ei saanud ja 2022 on ka see eripära, et Tehnikaülikoolist on tegelikult ainult 1 vastus, et seekord on meil loodus ja täppisteadused pigem nagu esindatud Tartu Ülikooli poolt ja siis Tallinna Ülikooli poolt humanitaar- ja sotsiaalteadus. Neil muidugi on ka niimoodi emas kummas ülikoolis ka teised erialad, aga me valdavalt teeme sellise suure võrdluse, et sotsiaal-humanitaarteadused ja loodus- ja täppisteadused, kuna see keelekasutus on ka nendes valdkondades mõnevõrra erinev. Valdavalt on naistega tegemist, keskmine vanus on mõnevõrra tõusnud, kui me vaatame nüüd seda teist valimit, et 37. Küsimustikul on vastanud valdavalt eesti emakeelega doktorandid ja nad ütlevad, et nende põhitegevuseks on töötamine. Et selline pooled umbes vastajatest siis ütlevad, et töötamine versus doktorandiks olemine. Liikudes siit edasi tulemuste juurde, küsisime siis, et mis moodi teadustööd tehakse eesti ja inglise keeles. Alustades eesti keelest me näeme, et et ühiskonnateadused või siis sotsiaal- ja humanitaarteadused, et nad on rohkem tegemas erineval viisil eesti keeles teadust, see tähendab kirjutavad teadustekste, aimetekste, populaarteaduslikke tekste, teadustekste loevad ja aimetekste ja osalevad konverentsidel, ja me näeme, et mõnevõrra on see siis ka tõusnud. Samuti on näha, et ka loodusteaduste poole peal on tõusnud eesti keeles erinevat viisi teaduse tegemine ja eriti siis teadusteksti ja aimetekstide kirjutamine. Et ühiskonnateadustes tehakse seda intensiivsemalt, aga tõus on loodusteadustes märgatavam. Inglise keeles me näeme, et aime või populaarteaduslikke tekste kirjutatakse vähem, aga samas loodusteadustes me näeme siin tõusu, et võib-olla see on meie see valimi eripära, et meil seekord on pigem Tartu Ülikool siin loodus- ja täppisteaduste all, et eelmine kord oli ka Tehnikaülikool võrdlemisi hästi esindatud. Aga jah, et inglise keeles siis teadustekstide kirjutamist näiteks ühiskonnateaduste üliõpilased või doktorandid ütlevad, et nad teevad praegust rohkemgi kui 10 aastat tagasi nad ütlesid. Siis me küsisime, aga mis keeles on teil mugavam, lihtsam kirjutada? Loodusteadustes paistab domineerivat inglise keel ja nüüd 10 aasta võrdluses 2 uuringut me näeme, et palju rohkem nüüd öeldakse seda, et oma 80%, et inglise keeles on mugavam kirjutada. Ühiskonnateadustes me erilist muudatust ei näe, et seal pigem eesti keel 70% umbkaudu. Kui me aga küsime, et kas te tajute mingisugust sundi kirjutada teadusteksti mõnes kindlas keeles, siis on väga huvitav see, et loodusteadused ütlevad ka ülekaalukalt, et jah, inglise keeles. Nad ütlevad, et on mugavam, aga nad tajuvad ka sundi. Et selline huvitav dissonants. Ja see on mõnevõrra siis tõusnud ja ühiskonnateaduste jaoks samuti siis inglise keeles tunnevad sundi rohkem. Keeleoskusele keskendusime ka, me näeme, et nii eesti kui inglise keeles mõnevõrra nüüd meie see värskema uuringu andmed näitavad, et hinnatakse oma keeleoskust paremaks ja loodusteaduste puhul siis just eesti keele oskus teaduskeelena paistab, et hinnatakse kõrgemaks. Ja kui me küsime konkreetsemalt, et millega on raskusi teadustekste kirjutades, siis loodusteadused paistavad silma selle poolest, et termini kasutus. Et nad ka ütlesid, eks ole, et inglise keeles on nii palju mugavam kirjutada, et tõenäoliselt need terminid on siis just see, mis tekitavad seda raskust. Aga terminid ja lause ehitus on siis kummagi jaoks nii ühiskonnateadused kui loodusteadused selline raskem koht kirjutamise juures. Ja lõpetuseks siin veel nendest arvudest, numbritest, siis kuna terminid on selline raskem koht, me küsisime ka täpsemalt, et kas on nii, et ei leia head erialamõiste tähist eesti keeles või erialamõiste tähist inglise keeles ja me näeme, et ühiskonnateadustes siis see probleem on justkui eesti keeles vähenenud, et ei ole ette tulnud, on 15% vastanud nüüd enne 60, aga valdavalt seda siiski tunnetatakse sageli. Aga jah, et mõnevõrra on vähenenud, loodusteadustes me näeme, et eesti keeles muutusi sisuliselt ei ole, küll aga on loodusteadustes siis muutunud ingliskeelse erialamõiste tähise leidmine, et siin siis natukene rohkem ütleb, et seda justkui neil ei tule ette, aga jah, et harva domineerib siin ingliskeelses. Aga ma annan edasi sõna nüüd Helenile.
Nii, nüüd lähme siis arvudelt üle sõnadele. Et nagu selgus on põhiline raskus meil siis seotud terminitega. Ja mida meie siis doktorandid oma vabades vastustes väljendasid. Kõigepealt hakkas silma see, et ma ei oska nüüd öelda, kas kurdeti, aga vähemalt tõsteti esile, et erialakirjandus ja ka erialasuhtlus on sageli võõrkeelne ja isegi selliseid avaldusi oli, et mõni isegi mõtleb võõrkeeles oma erialast.
seoses selle erialase kirjandusega kohe tuli ka välja eesti- ja ingliskeelsete teadustekstide vahe, kus ingliskeelsetes öeldakse, et on olemas välja kujunenud sõnavara või lausa, et see sõnavara üldse on olemas, ja eesti keeles siis vastupidi, et terminivara on puudulik, seda on väga raske leida ja puudub ka terminivaras ühtsus. Ja näiteks toodi välja, et üks põhjuseid on see, et ongi erialast kirjandust väga vähe, et kuidagi tundus väga selline ring justkui sulgus seal. Nüüd sellega seoses siis leitigi, et võõrterminid on õigustatud, et nad on arusaadavamad, ei teki segadust, on välja kujunenud terminisüsteemid ja nähtigi ühe võimalusena siis mugandada ingliskeelseid termineid eesti keelele. Nüüd, mis doktorandid ka, võib-olla mitte kõik, aga nii mõnedki tõid välja, et see termini probleem sõltub väga palju valdkonnast. Et on olemas sellised kiiresti arenevad valdkonnad, kus eesti terminitöö jääb võib-olla natuke puudulikuks, aga kui on siis eesti spetsiifilised või eestiga seotud erialad, et siis pigem kiideti oma valdkonna terminivara. Ja nagu ma ütlesin, et terminitöö ei jõua valdkonnale järele, kui see valdkond on piisavalt kiiresti arenev, toodi välja ka, et ilmselt see juhtub kõige sagedamini tehnikavaldkondades, et teistel võib-olla vähem. Ja millega siis doktorandid rinda pistavad, on nende sõnutsi siis terminite tõlkimine, et me ise natukene taunime seda tõlkimise mõistet selles mõttes, et see seostub otseselt toortõlgete ja sõnasõnalise ülevõtmisega, et pigem peaks siis leidma eestikeelseid vasteid. Ja nagu ma ütlesin, et esiteks on terminivara puudulik ja raskesti leitav, et see oligi üks põhilisi argumente doktorantidel, miks neile see nii-öelda tõlketöö ei meeldi. Ja teine siis, kui nad nüüd ponnistustele vaatamata ei leia seda terminit kuskilt olemasolevatest allikatest või varasematest töödest, siis nad kukuvad ise ümber panema neid. Ja just toodigi esile jällegi, et selline uute sõnade ja väljendite loomine, et see on keeruline, aga mis teha, et kipun tõlkima. Ja miks see just häirib võib-olla doktorante on see, et nendel kulub selleks liiga palju aega ja energiat, mida nad parema meelega kulutaksid siis muule mõttetööle. Kui nüüd doktorant on saanud oma tõlketööga hakkama, siis ta ikkagi mure ei ole veel murtud, sest ta muretseb selle üle, kas see termin, mis ta siis nüüd välja mõttes, on ikkagi korrektne. Ja põhiliselt on seotud mure sellega, et kardetakse, et see mõiste sisu siis ei jõua piisavalt täpselt kohale või kuidagi muutub seal selle ümberpanemise käigus. Et ei ole piisavalt täpne. Ja kui nüüd ühed doktorandid siis kurtsid toortõlget üle, et liiga palju on anglitsisme ja isegi kasutati väljendit väärtsõnu, et mis ei kõla hästi ja tunduvad sellised veidrad, siis oli ka teisi doktorante, kes leidsid vastupidi, et peaks just nimelt võtma need ingliskeelsed ja kasutama neid ja siis on kõigil selge, mis on mis. Ja et just need omasõnad on siis veidrad, kohmakad ja ei selgita mõistet piisavalt täpselt. Ja siis muidugi väljastpoolt valdkonda seotud inimeste mõju siis nähti teinekord negatiivsena näiteks keeletoimetajad, kes ei võib-olla soovita kõige õigemaid termineid eestindamise käigus. Ja siis muidugi keeleteadlased, kes justkui muudavad ja uuendavad uuendamise pärast. Ja siis võõrterminite kriitika all siis peeti enamjaolt siis silmalt just seda vohavust ja lokkavust, ja võib-olla suutmatust leida ja aktsepteerida ja näha, et on olemas väga, väga meeldivad omasõnad samuti. ja jälle leiti, et tihtipeale võib olla see süü hoopis tõlkijal, mitte niivõrd kirjutajal. Aga siis sellise positiivsena noodina jäi kõlama, et eestikeelsed terminid võiks just nimelt doktoritöödes hakata juurutama ja käibesse tooma. Ja sellest, kuidas seda teha, võib-olla siis räägib Peep edasi.
Ja nii et lõpetuseks, kui püüda nüüd see nähtu ja kuuldu kokku võtta, siis kes on tähelepanelikult vaadanud, siis oli palju niisuguseid punaseks võõbatud sõnu, et ei osata täpselt sobivaid termineid kasutada, ei teata, mis on termin, mis on mõiste ja nii edasi. Ja olukord ei ole 10 aastaga sugugi paranenud, pigem vastupidi, nii et mida sellest järeldada, et tegelikult peaksime igas kõrgkoolis, igal erialal, igal õppeastmel vähemalt ühe niisuguse korraliku teaduskeele ja terminoloogia kursuse tekitama või neid edasi arendama, kus need mingil moel juba olemas on. Meie ülikoolis näiteks on tosinkond aastat olnud alles doktorantuuris see kursus ja kõik doktorandid, kes seal käivad, on väga hämmastunud, et miks nii vajalikku kursust ei ole olnud magistri ja bakalaureuse astmes. Ja kuna asi ei ole palju parem ka õppejõudude poole peal, siis ei teeks sugugi paha, kui ka korraldada õppejõududele ja teaduritele vastavaid täiendkoolitusi. Nii et aitäh kaasa ja edasi mõtlemast.
Kas on küsimusi? Ei ole? Kas veebis on küsimusi? Okei, ma proovin siis ise küsida. Üks on.
Ma mõtlesin, et mis mul jäi kripeldama. See, et nad tegelevad töötamisega, doktorandid. Et kas te seda täpsustasite ka, aga et kas on ka neid, kellel on põhitegevus doktorantuur või mis see töötamine, mis see hõlmas?
Ja, et see on, eks ole, me esitame seda nii kiuslikult ka, et me palume valida ühe, et tegelikult loomulikult on inimesel mitu nii-öelda identiteeti ja põhilist tegevust, aga paljud sellised uuringud panevad inimesi olukorda, et vali nüüd, milline su jaoks on peamine tegevus, et pooled ütlevad töötamine, aga tegelikult on mingi 40% valisid, et ma olen doktorant ka, et mis on võrdlemisi selline isegi tasakaalus. Ja võib-olla kui rõhutada siit veel mingit sellist positiivset sõnumit, lisaks on see, et näitasin seda Berri mudelit, et mulle paistab, et see integratsioon siin on natukene nagu paremini hakanud võib-olla toimuma vähemalt selle valimi põhjal, mis meil on, kes meie uuringule vastasid, et on rohkem hakatud tegema erinevat tüüpi teadust eesti keeles ja inglise keeles on ka teatav väike tõus, aga et eesti keeles ma näen nagu veidi suuremat, et see nagu oli julgustav või tore siit see sõnum. Muidugi tuleb meeles pidada, et selliste küsitluste korral meil vastama tõenäoliselt kipuvad need, kes nagu tunnevad ka rohkem muret eesti keele pärast ja võib-olla seda, aga samas oli ka neid vabasi vastuseid, et kus sa näed nagu rohkem inimeste sellist hoiakuid ja mõtteid, et kus nagu öeldi, et milles küsimus, et loomulikult kõik on inglise keeles. Aga jah, mõned positiivsed täitsa noodid tulevad siit, mis on tore.
Ma ise tahaks küsida selle Tallinna Ülikooli terminoloogia kursuse kohta, et kuidas see üles on ehitatud, et kas seal on nagu kuidagi mitmed õppejõud käivad tegemas või?
See ei olegi ainult terminoloogia, vaid see on, nagu ma ka nimetasin, Eesti teaduskeel ja terminoloogia. Terminoloogia on üks osa, et üks asi on isegi teada ja osata leida adekvaatseid termineid, aga teine asi on ju osata neid ka sujuvas ladusas teadustekstis kasutada, nii et need on ühendatud ja siis doktorantuuris on see meil sel kujul, et see toob kokku kõikide erialade doktorandid, et ei ole mitte erialati aga et kui mõelda edasi nüüd, et kuidas see võiks madalamatel astmetel olla, sealt see võiks olla kindlasti siis erialati või valdkonnati lähedaste erialade kaupa, et nad saaks midagi aimu, aga nagu te kõik teate, et kõrgharidus vaevleb rahastamisvaeguses ja ega neid õppejõude ei ole kuskilt võtta, et seni on see ainult minu kaelas olnud ja nüüd siis loodame, et mõni siit äkki tuleb juurde tasapisi ja nagu Helena näiteks ja et saab seda asja edasi ajada ja eks näe siis, kuidas asjad arenevad, aga praegune olukord lühidalt on niisugune.
Kas keegi tahab veel midagi küsida? Umbes 9 küsimuseks on aega.
Tere, mina olen Maria Mareneerust. Mina tahaksin küsida selle küsitluse kohta, et kas te uurisite teadusteksti keelevalikut või doktoritöö keelevalikut?
Tegelikult isegi mõlemad, aga see osa, mida ma täna näitasin, on teadustekstid. Ja, et artikli kirjutamine vähemalt ühe on ka siis, kui monograafia, eks ole, on eesmärk. Me uurisime nagu erinevaid teadustekste, aga eraldi küsimustiku teises osas me keskendusime ka doktoritööle, muuhulgas, et kui sul on doktoritöö võõrkeeles, millisena sa arvad, et peaks olema eestikeelne kokkuvõte, kui pikk, kui lühike, kas sa pead seda üldse vajalikuks, et sellist tüüpi küsimused olid.
Sest siit tuleb ju otseselt ka see, et see teadustekst näiteks siis täppisteadustes ei olegi eestikeelset kohta, kus avaldada. Et selles mõttes, et kui sa kirjutad ikkagi publikatsiooni, et ainuke võimalus võib-olla ongi monograafia, aga näiteks matemaatikas monograafiat kirjutada või füüsikas monograafiat kirjutada, et sellel nagu ei ole mõtet, et see on otseselt seotud nende teadusteksti publitseerimisega, et need on nagu otse üksteisest mõjutatud, et selles mõttes nagu sealt ei saagi oodata seda eestikeelset teadusteksti.
Ja me küll küsisime ka seda, et mis te tunneks, et mis nagu innustaks või aitaks rohkem eesti keeles publitseerida, et ka sellel teemal. Muuhulgas see, et kas oleks erialane ajakiri, et näiteks sotsioloogias meil endal ka ei ole.
Et paljudel erialadel ongi see asi, et nagu me teame, tuleb neid üks artikleid taga ajada ja nende jaoks eestikeelseid avaldamiskohti väga palju ei ole, eriti tehnikateadustes. Ja seal ei ole üldse, jah.
Aga aitäh! Nii, ja kas meiega on Zoomis liitunud Anastassia Zabrotskaja? Tundub, et ei ole. Siis peame vist minema varem pausile. Nüüd on pooletunnine paus, pärast mida tuleb viimane plenaaresinemine. Good afternoon. We're ready to start with the last plenary session. I'm honored to present Dr. Jane Klavan. She's an associate professor of English language in Tartu University. University of Tartu. The Faculty of Arts and Humanities, College of Foreign Languages and Cultures. Her main research interests are linguistic methodology and usage-based cognitive linguistics. She is also interested in learner corpus research and language acquisition theory. She's a member of the International Cognitive Linguistics Association and the Learner Corpus Association, and a board member of Estonian Cognitive Linguistics Association. And during her PhD, she also was very international. She spent some time abroad visiting the University of Northumbria, visiting Professor Eva Dabrowska, and the University of Sheffield. The visiting professor was Dagmar Divjak. Okay, Jana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lise, for the kind words. Hi to everybody. It's been a very stimulating conference, and it's been very lovely to meet colleagues face to face. And of course, I'm very honored to be here, so I want to thank the organizers for inviting me and for organizing this wonderful conference. The weather is absolutely lovely, the food phenomenal, and the technical aspects are very, very good as well. And I think it really is what Arvi said yesterday at the reception, that it's the sort of highlight of Estonian linguistic landscape. And let me just say, as a way of introduction as well, that the theme of this conference, from data to content-rich knowledge, is something that I feel very passionate about. So I sometimes use my Twitter handle as a way of introducing myself and explaining my research background, because I think this handle very nicely gives an idea of what it is that I do. So I describe myself as a usage-based linguist with a bent for methodology. And this bent for methodology is something that I want to focus mostly on in today's talk as well. So I want to showcase some of the methods that I've been using and the way that I've done it, and what it allows me to say about the sort of theoretical aspects of the linguistic phenomena that I'm looking at. But I won't be going into too much detail about the technical bits, especially in terms of different classification models. It is the last presentation of the conference, and it is 5 p.m. almost on a Friday. But before I introduce the studies themselves, I will say a few words about the linguistic phenomena. That is, I study alternations, so I'll say a few words what I mean by alternations. And I also want to talk a little bit about the quantitative turn in linguistics, and more specifically about the quantitative turn in cognitive linguistics. Back in 2016, I had the pleasure to co-edit a special issue for the Journal of Cognitive Linguistics. And it was co-edited with Dagmar Divjak, who is now the editor-in-chief of that journal, and Natalia Levshina. And we started our editorial with the historical prototype of cognitive linguistics, and this is what we wrote. The historical prototype of cognitive linguistics may be described as predominantly of mentalist persuasion, based on introspection, specialized in analyzing language from a synchronic point of view, focused on West European data, and showing limited interest in the social and multimodal aspects of communication. So what we wanted to do with this special issue is we wanted to bring together prominent scholars working in the field of cognitive linguistics who sort of go beyond that prototype. And we're lucky to have contributions by scholars like Ron Lankeger, Alice Blumenthal-Dramme, Eva Dabrowska, Peter Milin, Harald Bayen, Dirk Herrers, Hans-Jörg Schmidt, Jordan Slatev, Dora Nesset, Bill Groft, and Alan Sinki. And what each of these contributions did was to extend the prototype of cognitive linguistics on one of the three axes. So we had a cognitive axis, we had the social axis, and then we had the methodological axis. And this third axis, the methodological axis, is something that I will talk about a bit more today as well. So it can be argued, of course, that cognitive linguistics, since it is a usage-based approach, that it has been empirical to start off with. It has used a wide variety of data, But at the same time, there's also no question that introspection is very much embedded in cognitive linguistics, and it has to do with historical reasons, but it also has to do with the theoretical assumptions of cognitive linguistics. And much of the work by the founding fathers of cognitive linguistics, so Ronald Lankager, Leonard Talmy, and others, was quite naturally sort of theory building rather than theory testing. And this quantitative turn came about in mid-1990s. And according to Laura Yanda, who was then the editor-in-chief of the journal Cognitive Linguistics, for the journal particularly, the year 2008 marked this quantitative turn. At the same time, you also have scholars like Dirk Gerrits, who say that cognitive linguistics is a particularly good candidate for championing sort of the empirical methodological progress of linguistics, because as a discipline, it has all the necessary requirements for this to happen. So it's cognitive in nature, it takes a usage-based perspective, and it takes a contextualizing approach. And with this quantitative turn, what we have seen is, of course, this exponential growth in studies that use advanced statistical modeling techniques on both corpus-based data and experimental data. You see these numerous edited volumes and monographs being written, and you also see a lot of textbooks on statistics aimed for linguists then. Now, I think, to me, the pendulum, if we want to conceptualize it as that, may have swung to the other extreme. And this is also echoed in the field of cognitive linguistics as well, because you sometimes hear sort of these negative terms being used, like number crunching, doing numbers just for numbers' sake, and sometimes you even hear the term empirical imperialism. So Jordan Zlatov, in this special issue of cognitive linguistics, I think he put the empirical question of a cognitive linguist very nicely. Is it to be empirical or to be introspective? But I think that both approaches are, of course, needed for any theory building, but for the field of cognitive linguistics as well. And Lankager, in the same special issue, says something along these lines. Qualitative descriptions provide the basis for quantitative methods such as experiment, neural imaging, and computer modeling. They suggest what to look for and allow the interpretation of results. So we can always be sort of sure that there will be those within cognitive linguistics and usage-based linguistic framework who say that we're not doing enough introspective work, we're not doing enough qualitative work, and there will always be those who say that the field is not empirical enough, that we still very much rely on introspection. Now, moving on to my own specific research studies, I want to talk about constructional alternations, and I want to first ask and raise these three questions. What are alternations? Why do I study them, and how do I go about studying them? I will take the why question first, because I think it's easier than the what question. So looking at alternations allows me to look at variation in all its guises. I want to know what we can infer about linguistic variation from the patterns that we see in usage, in language data then. Sometimes you also hear this term alternation studies, so this has even become a field of its own, alternation studies, and they do form an important sort of aspect in the larger framework of construction grammar on the one hand, but also in usage-based linguistics as well. And the underlying question then that these studies ask is why language users choose one variant over another variant. Moving on now to the more challenging question of what are alternations, and your standard sort of default examples would be ones from English. The ubiquitous, I mean, this has been written about a lot. The ubiquitous dative alternation, for example, the active-passive alternation, the particle placement, the genitive alternation, and also alternation between will versus be going to future. So it's clear from this list, even this very limited list of alternations in English, that it's not clear what is an alternation. And I recently attended a workshop that was dedicated to this topic. So the title of that workshop was What Counts as an Alternation in Usage-Based Construction Grammar, and it was held during the 11th International Conference on Construction Grammar last year, and I participated in that workshop. And the workshop conveners came up with a list of different ways that researchers have approached the study of alternations. And they said that the background to these alternation studies is the Lebovian social linguistics, so this idea that alternate ways of saying the same thing is what alternations is all about. Now, this definition was found to be unsuitable because alternation studies, in essence, and specifically those that work within the construction grammar framework, are focused on discovering meaning differences. So it's the meaning that differs. So that's showing that the alternating constructions are in fact not saying the same thing. And what the workshop conveners then did was they tried to redefine the alternations, and they came up with this list of different alternations, and then referring to different studies that approach the concept of alternation slightly differently. The approach that I take is missing from this list, so it is somewhat similar to this definition of thinking of alternations as a choice point of the individual language user. But what I do in my research is I follow Lankaker's notion of construal when I conceptualize or think about what constructional alternations are. According to Lankaker, then, an expression imposes a particular construal, reflecting just one of the countless ways of conceiving and portraying the situation in question. He also goes on to say that the term construal refers to a manifest ability to conceive and portray the same situation in alternate ways. So I consider constructional alternations to be alternative linguistic means used to designate the same concept or linguistic functions. So we have a variety of grammatical and lexical items construe one and the same experience or a situation. And numerous previous studies on English alternations mainly have shown that this choice between different grammatical or lexical or grammatical alternatives depends on a multitude of factors. So these factors can be semantic, they can be morphosyntactic, they can be phonological, discourse related, and they can also be lectal, so related to dialects or related to idiolects. Most of my research work so far has been devoted to what can be termed as locative constructions in Estonian. As Estonians, we're very proud of our case system, and 3 of these cases are referred to as exterior locative cases. But in addition to these case affixes, we also have postpositions in Estonian. And if we have this situation where we put something like a book on the table, or where we take a book off the table, or where we describe simply that the book is on the table, we have 2 very conventional ways of expressing that situation. We can use the case affixes like allative, lauale, adjective, laual, ablative, laualt. Or we can use the combination of the noun inflected for the genitive case together with the postposition laua peale, onto the table, laua peal, on the table, laua pealt, from or off the table. As a working sort of term that I use, I've labeled then this phenomena that I look at exterior locative constructions in Estonian. So here I mean 3 alternating pairs. On the one hand, we have the synthetic case construction or the case affix, and on the other hand, then we have the analytic postpositional construction. Right, so how do I go about studying constructional alternations? So that was the 3rd question that I had, and in my studies I've so far combined corpus-based studies and experimental studies as well. So I don't see myself as a linguist when I try to justify to myself what it is that I do as a linguist. I don't see myself as somebody who builds theory, but I do see myself as somebody who tests the theoretical assumptions made within the field. But in order to understand what methods to choose, how to answer a research question, I think it's also very important to understand what it is that these different methods allow us to do. So what is the type of data that we gain access to via using different methods? And for me, at least, it's not an easy question to answer. So yeah, as I said, I combine different methods, and within this cognitive linguistics and usage-based linguistics as well, the fact that we have had this quantitative turn, it's great, of course, because we have new methods for data collection, we have new methods for data analysis, as we've seen, and as we know, it has exponentially grown. But what I think is missing from this discussion is understanding the nature of the data that we obtain. And especially in terms of using different classification modeling techniques, for example, I think we don't understand fully what are the underlying assumptions of these techniques, or what are the kind of assumptions they make about the data that so that we can use these modeling techniques like logistic regression or naive discriminative learning or regression trees, or Bayesian mixed effects modeling. What are the assumptions that these techniques have that we need to know about in terms of using these models on linguistic data? So I feel that it's not easy to make connection from the patterns that we observe in the data and the underlying cognitive capacities. It's something that we aim to do. I work in the field of cognitive linguistics, so we want to take what we see, usage patterns, and we want to get to the underlying cognitive capacities. But it's not easy to do that. And sometimes I feel that these connections are made too readily. So for myself, again, I think about this situation, then I'm taking a sort of leap of faith. So I'm using behavioral data as proxy for cognition, and I'm using corpus-based data as proxy for language production, and experimental data as proxy for language comprehension. I'm not saying that we can distinguish between comprehension and production. These processes are clearly related. We know about studies that show that when we produce language, we use our comprehensive skills. When we comprehend language, again, we make use of production processes. So they are intertwined. But as a linguist who uses different methods, I try to see what do the different types of data give me access to in terms of production and comprehension, for example. Okay, so my aim is to measure the extent and nature of variation as reflected in language production and language comprehension. And it is expected, so based on various previous research, that alternations exhibit different constraints on their use as then seen both in language production and language comprehension. And to be even more concrete, I'm making 3 specific predictions. First, the influence of certain factors across different varieties of the language should be relatively stable in terms of the direction of those factors. So whatever factor will be of significance in these different alternations, for example, it will have the same direction, irregardless whether we talk about spoken language or written language, for example. Then the strength of different factors on speakers' choices will vary by the types and frequencies of constructions. As I said, I look at 3 interconnected alternating pairs, and the prediction is that the strength of the different factors will be different for these 3 alternating pairs. But the direction in which these predictions go will be the same across the 3 alternating pairs. And lastly, that the variation in the use of alternations may be driven by stylistic preferences, situational forces, or by cognitive pressures related to language processing. Okay, starting now with the corpus studies. The data for my 3 alternations comes from the Estonian National Corpus. It's a fairly big corpus, 1.1 billion words. But it's mainly web-based text, so it's a very specific register that we have here. And for the corpus study, I collected 3,000 occurrences of the different constructions, so 500 occurrences for each construction. Here's a table that gives you an overview of the sampling process. It's far more complex than is necessary for today's talk, but I just want to focus on the column F, which is the raw frequency of these constructions in this corpus, in this 1.1 billion corpus of Estonian web-based text. And what I want to emphasize is that we have massive differences in the overall frequency of these constructions. So if you look at the figures for allative, additive, and ablative, we can see that they are almost 100 times more frequent than the postpositional constructions. So that's something important to bear in mind. And the reason why there are these massive differences in raw frequencies has to do with this function form diversity, something that we heard Professor Balotti talk about this morning as well. So we have these forms, these case affixes in Estonian, especially for the adhesive and allative, that fulfill many other functions besides expressing location. So they are used to express more abstract relations, like temporal relations, possessives, for example, for the adhesive case affix. And you notice that in this table, there are certain cells where we have not attested. So what I sort of define as the scope of the alternation that I look at is only the cases where the case affixes are used for expressing location, for example, for which we do have the postpositional construction as an alternative. So we don't have postpositions as alternatives for each of the functions of cases. And when I pull the data, when I look at the data that I analyze, I only take instances for which a postpositional construction is possible. So this is the sort of methodological decision. That's, again, an important one to bear in mind, and that's a decision that I've made. So for the adhesive and for the allative constructions, the list of these other functions besides expressing location is larger compared to the ablative case. Again, something to bear in mind that the ablative case affix, it doesn't have as wide a variety of functions as the other two case affixes. And that's something that's behind these figures. Right, and the prediction then that I'm making is because we have these differences in the overall frequency of these semantic relations as well, but also case affixes, that we will see that the factors that I've decided to analyze, that they will have a different strength when I present the modeling results. Okay, so the prediction is that different factors will play a role in driving this choice that speakers make between a case affix and a postpositional construction. And based on previous research that I have done on the adhesive and peal alternation, I decided to focus only on 8 factors. Of course, this list could be extended, and there are important factors missing from this list, but for the time being, this is the set of variables that I've used. So for each of the 3,000 examples that I took from the corpus, I annotated each example manually, and I first annotated whether the construction is a case construction or a postposition. Then I annotated whether the landmark phrase comes after the trajectory phrase or before the trajectory phrase. I annotated the concreteness, mobility, complexity, length, and function of the landmark phrase. I also annotated the landmark lemma used with the case affix, the frequency of landmark lemma used with the case affix relative to the frequency of the lemma used with the postposition. And I annotated the individual lemmas as well. What I mean by the landmark is, if we look at this example here, Malka istus suvekohviku valgel korvtoolil ja luges midagi, then again taking Lankake's cognitive grammar as the basis of my analysis, the landmark phrase is suvekohviku valgel korvtoolil. And this is also the exterior locative construction that I'm interested in. And this specific example is an example of the adhesive case construction. And for this particular occurrence then, I coded that it is 10 syllables long, because it's a fairly long landmark phrase, suvekohviku valgel korvtoolil. I annotated that it's a mobile landmark, because korvtool, wicker chair, it can be moved. I annotated that it's concrete, and well, for the other variables as well, this is what has been done. Okay, so given these 8 factors, now I want to know which ones are significant in predicting the choice between a case suffix and the postposition, and I want to know if the same factors behave the same way across the 3 different alternations, and I want to know the strength of these factors. And I decided to use mixed effects logistic regression to do the statistical modeling, and it has been done using the software R, using LME4 package. I'm not going to say too much technical details about the modeling, as I said. What I want to emphasize is that I took a confirmatory approach to statistical modeling. So one of the tricky things about statistical modeling is how to arrive at the optimal model. So what is the best model that then fits to the data that we're modeling? But recent approaches also encourage us as linguists to take a confirmatory approach. And confirmatory approach means that everything you put into the model probably has sound theoretical reasons why these factors are in the model. So you're not just fishing in a way. And for each of the 8 predictors, since I do have a concrete prediction how the specific factor or specific predictor will behave, so what is the sort of expected outcome? Is it the case construction or is it the postpositional construction? I decided to leave all of the factors in, even if they're not significant. So another approach to statistical modeling could be that you only have in the model factors that contribute significantly to the model fit. But I decided to run or to build models using the same predictors for the 3 alternations. So I fitted 3 statistical models. All 3 models had the same model formula that you can see here. So lemma was included as a random effect. That's why it's called a mixed effects modeling approach. And model evaluation, so this is what can be seen in the last 2 columns. For model evaluation, I decided to look at or to assess the models as classifiers, and I calculated the correctly classified instances or model accuracy. And from these figures, we can see that the model makes an accurate prediction, so it correctly predicts what was the original construction. Was it the case suffix or a postposition? It does that with 78% accuracy for the lative semantic relation, 79% accuracy for the separative alternation, and then the highest accuracy score is for the adhesive and BL construction, 86%. So given this data, the models are able to predict very well, given then this specific combination of the predictors, which construction has been used in the context. So what these numbers tell me then is that I can, in essence, trust the models, and I can be more or less certain that these are the best, that these are the models that can give me an insight to how these different predictors behave for the 3 alternations. And one of my predictions was that the influence of certain factors across the different varieties of the language should be relatively stable in terms of the direction of those factors. And based on my corpus-based analysis, I can say that this grammatical knowledge between case affixes and postposition is probabilistic, and it is regulated by the different factors. And if we look at this variation across 3 alternations, then the direction of these factors is the same. So in all 3 alternations, landmark phrases that are simple, that are shorter, that are mobile, and function as adverbials rather than modifiers favor the use of postposition, irrespective of whether we have this alternation between ablative and beal, for example, or adhesive and beal, for example. And together with my colleagues, we have looked at least the variation or the alternation between adhesive and beal construction in different registers or varieties of Estonian. So we've looked at standard written Estonian, then non-standard spoken Estonian, and web text. And so the influence of these factors is, again, stable across the different varieties. But what differs is the strength of these alternations. So remember that I said that the allative and beal and adhesive and beal, first of all, they're, as a combination, as a semantic relation, they're more frequent in the language than expressing a separative semantic relation. And adhesive and allative also have this wider variety of functions that they fulfill in language. So they are, in a way, different constructions, and it can be predicted then that the strength of these predictors is different for the three alternations, and this is what the corpus-based data shows as well. If we look at the factors that the model identified as significantly contributing to the model fit, then the list is the same for allative and beal alternation and adhesive and beal alternation. We have the frequency ratio, we have the individual lemma factor that significantly contributes to the model fit, we have length, we have syntactic function, and we have mobility. But if you look at the list of predictors for the ablative and beal alternation, then yes, we have the ratio and lemma. So these were the two strongest predictors in the models. But you also have the influence of complexity and concreteness. And mobility was significant for the other two alternations as well. So the strength of different factors varies by the type and frequency of the constructions. Okay, so corpus-based approach allows me to say what is typical in the language. I can detect patterns in the data, and I can sort of quantify variation by applying this multivariate statistical approach by using these statistical models. But what corpora don't tell me is what is possible in a language, and it doesn't allow me to easily test specific hypotheses. So if I want to control all of the other variables and see what role or length, for example, plays. And doing this really sort of experimental, controlled setting type of analysis for a corpus-based study is challenging. And additionally, if we think about that, we're trying to predict whether the model fitted to the corpus-based data is able to predict, was it the case construction or the postposition that was used in the data. So it's near synonyms, in essence, that we're dealing with. And if you think about the model accuracy, that is around 78% or 80%, so 80% of the times the corpus-based model is correct in predicting what was the original construction, and 20% of the time it's incorrect. But if you put the native speakers in the same position and give them a sentence where the original construction has been taken out, will they be 80% accurate in predicting what was in the original, what was the original construction or not? So in essence, I'm also asking, are corpus-based models, the ones that I fitted, is the accuracy too low? Is it okay? Or maybe it's also too high? So this is where Linguistic Experiment Center. And of course, bringing in experiments opens up another sort of methodological discussion, which experiments to use. And I'm not saying there's a gold standard in choosing experimental designs. It obviously depends on your research question. But the designs that I've used are forced choice tasks and acceptability rating tasks simply because they have been used in previous studies about construction alternations. But I'm not saying that these are the only experiments that we can do. It's something that I've decided to focus on at the time being. Here's an example of stimuli from the two experiments. So I've run a recent study that I ran had 108 experimental items. There were equal number of constructions or experimental items for each of the 6 constructions that I'm looking at. These were taken from corpora, so they were real-life sentences used in a corpus. I For the acceptability rating task, I created an alternative for the original construction, and the task for the participants was to assess, given the construction in the brackets, how natural does the construction sound to you? And this was done on a scale from 1 to 10, so 1 was very unnatural and 10 was very natural. And for the forced choice task, then these two alternative constructions, one of them was the original construction used in the corpus data. The participants had to choose which one they think was originally used in the sentence. So it wasn't, and the instructions I think are also essential if we think about experiments. I mean, numerous things play a vital role. What it is that you're asking your participants to do, what are the experiment items that you use, etc. So they were told to choose what they think was in the original sentence. Here are the choices for the forced choice, the results for the forced choice task. And from these proportions, you can see that even though the constructions, the experimental stimuli was chosen so that it would be almost 50-50% which of the two constructions would be chosen, the participants clearly preferred the case construction. And this holds across the three alternative pairs. So around 63 to 69%, in 63 to 69% of the cases, it was the case construction that was chosen. And I think this reflects back to the global frequency of the case affixes, that they are so much more frequent in our language. And this is also holds for this alternation, although theoretically both could be okay. If we look at the results for the acceptability rating task, so here you see the overall residualized mean ratings across all experimental items in the acceptability rating task. And if we generalize across the three alternations, we can see that, yes, the case construction has received a higher rating compared to the postpositional construction. But we can also see that the ratings for the postpositional constructions are relatively high. So we're not talking about a very big difference. We're only talking about a difference in terms of 6.8 versus 6.4. So it seems to me that when we look at the forced choice task, that if we produce a language, and I take forced choice task, and studies have shown that forced choice task data, it correlates very, very well with corpus-based data. So if we look at how speakers behave in the forced choice task, then it's sort of like they produce a language. But we can, of course, debate whether it's comprehending a language or producing a language where we're doing these forced choice tasks. But I've taken this as a proxy for production rather than comprehension. And when they produce a language, they have a clear preference. They prefer the case affix. But if we look at the acceptability rating task, so more of a comprehension of a language, then both alternatives are acceptable. And this is the sort of crucial thing that I don't see in corpus data. So here I just, on this graph, the dots are tiny, but these are all of the 108 experimental items that were used in the experiment. What you can see here then is on the x-axis, you have the log odds of ratings. So rating data is something on the x-axis, and on the y-axis, you have the log odds or the results for the forced choice task. And what's the only thing that you need to take away from this graph is that the choices and ratings are correlated. So everything to the right of 0 and everything above 0 is something that received a higher rating in the acceptability rating task and was also chosen as the construction in the forced choice task. Everything that you see to the left of the 0 and below 0 means that it received a lower rating in the acceptability rating task, and the other construction was chosen for the forced choice task. So in essence, every data point that is on this upper right-hand corner on the graph, and every data point that is on the left bottom corner here, this is where the choices and ratings align. So this is the correlation. And every data point that is here and here is something where we have disagreement. So it's not that there's 100% correlation between forced choice task and acceptability rating task, but the correlation is there. So yeah, when we look at the experiment data, we can see that, as I said, when we produce language, we prefer one construction, but when we comprehend language, we judge both constructions okay. So if I was to say something, produce this locative exterior construction, I have my own preference perhaps, but if you were to use the other construction, I would be okay with it, and I will accept that as a valid construction. And that's something that I don't see if I look at only at corpus data. So I see what is typical in language, but I don't see what is possible. And if I try to put together this comprehensive picture of these three different alternations, for me it's important that I look at different types of data. I also mentioned about this question whether 80% accuracy is good enough or not. This is something that I don't want to go into detail today, but I just wanted to mention that together with colleagues, again, I have compared, I have broken these models by pitting classification models, first of all, against each other. We can use different classification models, but I've also broken the models by comparing model accuracies to native speaker behavior. So corpus-based models and then native speaker behavior. And the key finding for me is that the statistical models, especially logistic regression, that is aimed for optimization, that these corpus-based statistical models, they outperform native speakers as a group. So yeah, even if I've found a good model that fits my corpus-based data, language speakers, according to the experimental data, do not optimize the same way. So again, in my opinion, I need experimental data to calibrate these corpus-based models that might be over-optimistic. They represent the average native speaker, and this is what they do. But if we look at the individuals and how individuals behave in experimental data, we see a lot of individual differences, and native speakers as a group as well, they don't perform as well as these logistic regression models that are aimed for optimization. So what I'm, as a sort of wrap up, I want to say a few words what it is that I'm currently thinking about. And one of the things that I find fascinating and challenging to take into account is this form-function diversity. So the fact that we have this polysemy for the case affixes, especially adhesive and allative case. So again, something that we discussed in the morning is the fact that these case affixes, that they're polysemous, is that the facilitating factor or is it a hindering factor? So when there might be an ambiguity, whether we mean the possessive function of the adhesive, for example, or whether we mean the locative function of the case affix of the adhesive case affix, do we choose the case affix because we don't care which function we want to express, because both are possible and it's easier and it's more entrenched because case affixes are more frequent? Do we choose the case affix then? Or do we choose the postpositional construction because we want to avoid ambiguity, that we want to be extra specific, that it's the locative meaning that we have in mind and not the possessive meaning, for example? So by doing experimental work and additional experimental work as well, and that means self-paced reading tasks and other more sort of experimental measures, experimental designs that allow for online measures rather than these meta-linguistic offline measures like forced choice task and acceptability rating tasks. So by doing these more psycholinguistic experiments in the future, I hope to see then whether this qualitative change in the knowledge representations of different alternations shows up in the experiments. Two conclusions that I will draw today. First of all, alternation between exterior locative constructions in Estonian. What I can say is that, yes, this alternation is probabilistic. It's regulated by various factors. These factors, the influence of these factors is stable across different varieties, and the direction of these factors is stable across different varieties. What we see from the looking at alternations in Estonian, for example, is that morphosyntax and semantics both play a role, differently from the syntactic alternations in English, where these syntactic alternations that I showed you, the dative alternation, the genitive alternation, these are all word order alternations. So you would expect that the constraining factors are discourse-related, animacy, givenness, and weight. But in Estonian, it's not a word order alternation. So this case affix and the postposition, they both come at the end of the phrase. So again, we can expect that different factors play a role when we compare to English alternations. And I've also shown that the relative importance of factors differs across the different constructions, given then the different frequency of these constructions. In terms of making and breaking of classification models, my aim was to see that corpus-based studies, yes, they allow us access to ecologically valid data. We can quantify variation by using these multivariate statistical classification techniques, but without experimental data, and this is where I need experimental data to break the models, corpus-based model, is that they give us a different perspective on what is possible in the language. So I need these experiments to calibrate the corpus-based models. And of course, different types of experimental data gives us access to different types of behavior, which is then used as proxy for cognition. Okay, I would like to finish with a quote from one of my favorite authors, Terry Pratchett, and he has written, "There is always a choice, and the choice can be between different lexical, morphological, or syntactic ways how we express ourselves. So do we choose the case affix when we choose to express exterior locative, this situation where we have something on the table, for example? Do we choose the case affix, or do we choose the postposition? But we also have a choice which methods to use. So where do we get our data from? And I think it's my job as a researcher to always explain my choices and to not forget that every methodological choice I make has consequences on what theoretical inferences I can draw in my studies. Yes, from data to content-driven knowledge, but thinking about what the data is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jana. We probably have some questions.
Read the first. Yeah, I would have so many questions. Thank you. It's really fascinating. I was wondering, maybe I missed something. Did you try to experiment, to manipulate the different factors in the experiment? Or because you said 50-50, I want to some more explanation about this 50-50 and whether you think it is possible in further research to experimentally manipulate the different factors from the corpus data.
Thank you. Yeah, for this specific experiment, I held constant. I chose 3 sort of semantic types. So there were furniture, experimental items, and then experimental items that have to do with sort of larger location, like field, street, things like this, and then pieces of furniture, and then vehicles, so bus, train, etc. So for all of these, we can use both constructions, but yeah, I wasn't precise there, because what the corpus data also shows is that we prefer the case affix for these larger locations, so on the street, on the field, etc. This is with the case affix, while as the vehicles prefer the postpositional construction. And then the furniture is sort of a 50-50. But of course, the individual lemmas, they drive a lot of the variation. So thinking about, can we really generalize in terms of the constructional representation, or is it really this exemplar kind of thing that we have, that one specific lemma is used with the case affix and the other specific lemma is used with the postposition? It wasn't the ratio, the frequency ratio was larger than for the random effect of lemmas, yeah. And that's also, just to follow up with other colleagues who've been discussing, should the lemma, individual lemma, be the sort of main factor rather than the random factor? So, but it would be difficult in terms of modeling to have it as a main effect.
Any more questions? Anything online? No.
It is Friday,
Yeah.
and I feel myself as well that it has been a fascinating conference, and yeah.
Okay. Then we can have an early finish. Well, again, we can thank Janne. And now we will have Margit online, I think.
Hi everybody. So, dear friends and dear colleagues, the time has come for us to say the final words of the conference. Yesterday at the opening, I wished us all an exciting journey towards wisdom. I'm sure we have been quite successful on that journey. I would like to thank you, our wonderful invited speakers. Arvi, the brave stuntman, for discussing the complexity of data. Catherine, for standing for real language. Gabriele, for explaining the complexity of language, especially morphology. And finally, Janne, for discussing the different methods and models for our studies. You helped us a lot on our journey. And also, I would like to express my gratitude to all presenters. Thank you. And finally, I would like, of course, to thank our organizers. I will switch to Estonian now. Suur tänu teile, meie vana juhatuse ja uue juhatuse tegelased. Ilma teieta ei oleks see konverents sündinud. Nii et suur tänu teile, Kristina, Jelena, Kadri, Liis ja Maria Maren. Teeme teile kõigile suure aplausi praegu. Aitäh! Ja samuti soovin tänada Annat ja Reilit, kes organiseerisid suurepärase töötoa. Nii et palun neile ka aplaus Annale ja Reilile. Aitäh teile! Erilised suured tänusõnad ka Keelile, et Keele on valvanud meid siin 2 päeva ja juhatanud meie ettekannete sujuvust ja slaidide liikuvust koos oma tiimiga. Nii et suur tänu Keele sulle. Ja viimaks soovin tänada ka meie abilisi Mariat, Küllit ja Laurat, ilma kelleta oleks selle konverentsi korraldamine olnud veel väga palju raskem. Nii et aitäh teile samamoodi. Et teile kõigile kingime ERÜ poolt ka väikese kingituse, mis kujutab endast siis raamatupoe kinkekaarti e-kujulisena, mis jõuab teieni siis lähipäevil. Välja arvatud Kerli, kellel on tellimuskink, mis ootab teda samamoodi lähipäevil. So, the conference has ended and long live the conference. See you next time. Bye bye.
Okay, is my mic still working? Yeah. Well, we like to thank Margit. Yeah. Well.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And also it happened that the dates of the next conference are also set. So see you on 27th and 28th of April next year.